Because on this day,
my daughter Jonesy, among with many other people,
Yes.
starting high school
So, what an appropriate song to play.
in person today.
For your daughter going back to school. And Gina picked the song, of course, and it's so appropriate. I want to just get some kicks, and I just want to get some chicks. You know, so you're said perfect.
If you could think of another I'm starting high school song today, I would have played it, but I couldn't think of one.
Well, we could have played some other kind of a song. I just want to get some kicks. I'm going to go to high school. I'm going to get some chicks. Yeah.
listen,
That's great for your daughter, Gina.
It's her lifestyle choice, okay? All right, and who are you?
I guess so. I think, she's going back in person today, huh?
Yep, so the way her school is doing it, which I feel pretty good about, they are doing half the school 2 days a week in person, and the rest of it is online. So they take the first half of the alphabet, they go Monday and Tuesday, the other half goes Thursday, Friday, and Wednesday is online learning for everybody. So she's 3 days a week online, 2 days in person, half the school.
Well, I hope.
She doesn't seem old enough for high school yet, to me. To me, anyway, because when I went to high school, Nebo School District, we had middle school, we had junior high, and then we had high school. And high school was only 3 grades.
Yeah,
me too. Catholic school is 4, 9th, 10th. 11th,
I think public school mostly is doing it that way now too.
It's yeah. So I'll be leaving at 7:30 to take her to school
because
this is what I do.
You want to make sure that she has some kicks and she gets some chicks, right?
You can continue to push that. I would like to focus on the fact that my daughter's starting high school, and it's during COVID, and
at the
it's
Catholic school. The girls there knock you out because they rock and roll high school. Does she hate the teachers and the principal? Don't want to be taught to be no fool? Well, I'm just saying, those are the lyrics of the song.
What sort of precautions is she taking? Because she's got her own mask, obviously.
So yeah, they're mandatory masks. She's got her own hand sanitizer. You don't go to your locker. You have your backpack, and you just have everything you need in your backpack and carry it with you. Take your own lunch See, here's the thing with my daughter, bless her heart. My environmentalist, feminist, wonderful daughter that she is. We told her that this year she's got to take, brown paper bag lunch and Ziploc bag sandwich.
Well, Ziploc bags are not environmentally friendly.
No, that's what I'm saying. Normally she has like a reusable lunchbox with reusable thermos and reusable everything, and it's you can't do that this year. You got to take brown paper bag that you can throw away, and you're not carrying things back and forth to school, and she's upset about that part of it. We're like, honey, it's called triage. Take the most serious thing first. We'll worry about the other things when we take care of the one really serious thing first.
So I just tweeted a picture at RFH Bill, and Katie, it's the picture I sent you. Maybe we can put it up. Radio from x96.com/live. This is what may greet her at school. Hopefully, this is what her teachers will be looking like when she goes to school. This is a picture of Mrs. Mitchell, our good friend Cindy Mitchell, who is a librarian in the what is it, Jordan School District, I think. This is what they gave her, I think, to wear at school. She looks like a space person.
She looks face shield.
She looks like she looks like somebody who's going to outer space. So maybe your daughter will walk into school.
Maybe.
And her teacher will be wearing something like that. I don't know if do we have it at x96.com.
We're understaffed in the producer's booth, so that may take
go to
a while.
Bill's
Please remember, I am down a man right now, so sadly
at
it
RFH
takes
Bill.
a minute.
So at RFH Bill if you want to see
And
the
it's
picture
not
of-
just it's not just Catholic schools that are going back today. I think Murray School District goes back today.
Murray starts today, yeah. Murray's
Yeah.
the first major district starting today.
And
At Murray, they really just want to get some kicks. They just want to get some chicks, and that's the Murray School District.
It's, I would be lying if I didn't say I was nervous, and I would be lying if I said my daughter wasn't nervous. And Mohammed is particularly nervous. He starts on Wednesday.
Could
The
you have just
photo
kept
might
them
be
home?
reassuring. It's up there now.
Oh, the photo's there now. Go to x96.com/live.
So it's a mask and a face shield.
And a helmet of some sort of thing.
Well, because the face shield almost doesn't do you much good unless you're wearing a mask.
I think they're worried that they're going to come into the library and hit her on the head with a bat or something. Now I have another though. I had an email from a woman who says teachers haven't been given enough resources by the state. A teacher friend of mine said they received the following. Now I don't know what district this is. 5 disposable masks, 2 fabric masks, 1 face shield, 1 small hand sanitizer, and 180 antibacterial wipes. 1 wipe per day of school.
You're going to wipe down the whole classroom with 1 wipe?
The hell? And then you know that these teachers, they're going to go and buy their own stuff.
Yeah.
They always do, and they shouldn't. They shouldn't have to, is what I'm saying. It's ridiculous. We can just a couple less missiles. That's all. Like 5 less missiles. That's
And again, this is temporary. This is just for now. We need to do these extra things. It's not forever. So do the extra things.
Could you just have your daughter stay home?
I could have, but I think, especially starting high school, for her to just go now. The numbers are down now, as low as they've been since, March?
Yeah, because the testing's down.
Well, the numbers are low.
Okay.
It's warm. I think her school has done a good job of preparing. I am fully prepared to pull her back home at any time, but I think it's important to start in person just to get in the right mind frame of school. And this is what we're doing now. And it's a new school. I'm meeting teachers I don't know. It's different when she was
new. It's she's going to the okay.
No, it's a different school
Yeah.
than she's been going to. I think it's important to start that way. And Mohammed's school, they've said all along, you can move your kid to home at any time you want. You don't have to wait for us to do it. You just have to give us 48 hours notice to prepare for him to be at home. So we're going to do the same thing with him. We'll start in person and see how it goes. But every family needs to do what they feel comfortable with.
Does your daughter feel comfortable with you driving her to high school?
Yes, she wants me to. This is what we do in our family.
Okay.
First day of school, we go.
You're sure she wants you to?
Yes.
Because I would have said to my mom, no, I'm a big boy. I'm going to high school. Don't drive. Oh, jeez, God,
She
Mom.
wants me to.
I'm sure that's what she tells you.
I have a good relationship with my daughter.
I'm sure that's what she tells you. I'm sure she says, sure, Mom. Yeah.
No,
God,
she asked, you're driving me to school tomorrow, right? Yeah.
You're driving me. Mom, is it like this? Is it like, Mom, you're driving me to school tomorrow, right?
No. It was a big
you're
hug
not?
last night,
You're not?
and she said, I can't wait. Tomorrow's school, and you're going to drive me, right? Yep, I'm going to. It was like that.
Okay. I don't know. Something's wrong with your kids. That's all I can say. When are they going to start stepping out and rebelling?
You'll love that if it happens, won't you? You'll say, aha, see? I told you.
Yeah, it won't ever happen.
No.
You've somehow managed to tie their souls down, so that they'll never try to escape.
That's it.
I've managed to raise
Tied their
positive,
souls
upbeat,
down.
happy children.
Yeah.
It's been
That's
terrible.
Yeah. That's the way it looks. That's the way it looks on the inside. On the outside, It looks to me that they're hand shy.
That is that what you mean?
Yeah. I always love that term. My kid is hand shy.
That's horrible.
I know.
Now your daughter she's Salt Lake School District, so she doesn't even start online for a while, does she?
I know she's going. There's a meeting, an online meeting today. She's going to be taking college classes, Salt Lake Community college classes. I don't think she's going to be taking any high school classes at all for a while. She was in this program at Innovations, and so. And she's a smarty pants, so she's kind of just going right to college classes, preparatory.
But online?
Yeah, and I think they're going to be all online. I think she would like to go. She has two really good friends that she misses associating with. That's the only thing she doesn't really. The whole school experience does not mean a lot to her, you know, except for those two friends that she's not around much.
Yeah.
And so, but she's a sort of self-contained unit and quiet, and it's hard to know sometimes what she's thinking. And she's hand shy, so I don't make any sudden movements usually. All right, we got to get this thing off the ground.
Get going,
Let's see if we can make our show fly today. I don't know if we can or not, but you know, it's hard to do.
It's going to be tough. It's going to be tough today.
It will. But let's see if we can get it. Let's see if we can just get it a little bit off the ground a couple of times. And one of the ways that we could do that is if you would help us by checking in at 877-602-9696. Do you have kids going back to school today? Little trepidation about that? Are you excited about it? Are you a kid going back to school? Like a high school kid going back to school today or about to go back to school this week, give us a call, 877-602-9696. Just check in. We'd like to hear from you. Say hi. Kick the morning off the right way here on the Radio from Hell show.
The Larry H. Miller Used Car Supermarket X96 Fake Festival.
the one-legged stand-up comic. We're going to have him back real soon. And don't go away, folks, because in just a few minutes, you're going to be laughing your butts off with our headliner, Gallagher! Gallagher! You know, the guy with the watermelons? Yeah, well, anyway, it's time for a special treat here at Bananas, the best comedy club in a shopping mall in downtown Sheboygan. Please welcome the comedy stylings of Little Tommy Little, the 3-year-old stand-up comic!
Thank you, folks. It's great to be here. Now, stop me if you've heard this one. Why did the little moron saw his toilet in half?
Get off the stage!
I'm sorry. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, mister.
What?
Mister, is that a bug in your drink?
Where?
Made you look, made you stare, made you lose your underwear, stupid head booger face. Poo-poo pee-pee.
Ah, 6:22. Let's get it over with.
We will officially begin the Radio from Hell show and then go to your check-ins at 877-602-9696. That's the number you use. Check in with the Radio from Hell show. Let us know that you're out there, you're ready for a show. I think Ryan is standing by, who has a word or two for us. Are you going back to school today or this week? And if you are a student going back to school, how do you feel about that? Are you a little apprehensive, or are you excited to do it? Or if you're sending your kids back to school, how do you feel about that? 877-602-9696. But first, we begin.
Get rewarded every time you use your Visa Rewards card from Cyprus Credit Union. For a limited time, receive triple points on all restaurant purchases, double points on gas and groceries. Visit cypruscu.com or visit a branch today.
The moon is a waning crescent, almost gone. 3.4% of it remaining is all. The moon will set today at 7:56 p.m., today being Monday. It's the 17th day of August in the year of our Lord Jesus Christ, 2020. And this is the Radio from Hell show, broadcasting here week 20. The, what is it, the 139th day or something like that.
Wow.
Of broadcasting from our homes. Radio from Hell, starring Kerry Jackson, Bill Allred, and Gina Barberi. The executive producer of the Radio from Hell show is Katie for short, who you can see right there in our studio in downtown Salt Lake City. We are broadcasting live from our respective homes, and the person you can't see but is very vital in helping out behind the scenes is Miriam in the producer's booth. And now,
it's 877-602-9696. If you have a mind to check in this morning, let's start with Ryan.
Hey, Ryan, what's up?
Good morning, everybody. Ryan from Tokerville.
Oh, yes.
Ryan, how are you? Oh, Ryan, this would be Ryan Stout, our candidate that we promoted for University of Utah student body president, those many years ago.
What year was that, Ryan?
Correct. That was 1997.
Wow.
How did, Ryan, refresh our memories. How did it come about that we backed you as a write-in candidate for student body president?
Sure. There was only one person running for the position.
That's right.
Mr. Damon Watkins. And y'all thought that was undemocratic and thought there needs to be at least somebody else on the ticket or on the ballot to vote for. And it became kind of morphed into, why don't we do it as a puppet candidate? And a few people applied, and for some reason you picked my application, and there we went.
You stepped up, and we promoted your candidacy, and it was a dismal loss, wasn't it, as I recall?
I lost handily. Yes.
Yeah.
Really, I thought we'd at least get you in the running there.
No.
But we pissed off the school though, pretty bad.
Yeah. The school was really mad.
It was a write-in candidacy.
Oh, there you go. That's the problem.
Yeah. And I don't even remember. I don't know if the school was angry, but I know the Associated Students. They didn't have much of a sense of humor, as it turned out.
No, they didn't.
No, they were not happy.
But you went on to be a successful adult person, didn't you?
I believe, yes, I would think so.
And
I'm not starving.
You've lived in Tokerville for a number, and you're a criminal defense attorney, isn't that right?
Yes.
So you moved to Tokerville. You moved to Tokerville because there isn't a lot of crime to defend. A lazy criminal defense attorney.
More because the housing was a little more affordable than St. George, and here we are. We kind of fell in love with the place.
Yeah, it's a lovely part of it. Although it's going to be 106 degrees down in
10.
110.
Wow.
Yeah, 110 yesterday, 110 today.
Oh God.
It's miserable.
A little warm.
Yeah.
Every time I drive past the Tokerville sign, I always wave and go, Tokerville.
Yeah. The joke is lost on most of the residents here. But yeah.
So Ryan, we promised. What were some of the campaign promises that we urged you to make as a writing candidate for president of the University of Utah?
I honestly don't. Well, there was the beer fund. I think that was one that was mentioned in one of the articles. That the $1 million whatever budget would go towards parties and beer kegs or whatever.
Yeah, we're going to have a kegger. Yeah, we're going to have a kegger. And
at least a monthly kegger for the Associated Students of the University of Utah. Mm-hmm. But that wasn't enough.
Nope.
Wasn't enough.
No.
I seem to remember we had to come to some meeting.
Yes.
Carrie and I came.
Well, you did, yeah. And Gina.
Yeah, was Gina with us? We came to some meeting up at the U about this, and there was a grievance filed by one of the students, and so the Utah Supreme Court, which, if I remember right, was made up of law students, heard the grievance, which we won that, but the three of you came and testified, if you will, and stood your ground. We agreed. We didn't have to show up, but we agreed to show up to this grievance hearing.
Yeah.
Yeah. And
that's right. And I was surprised that you followed. Yeah, you did, but you didn't.
Yeah. Well, of course, it was very important.
It
was very important.
And
it was democracy in action.
And we wanted to make a mockery of it while we were there.
That too. That too. All right. Well, Ryan, thank you so much. And speaking of criminal defense attorneys, our very own Ed Brass will be here with very important sports coming up. Yes. Stand by for that.
Ryan, I'm glad you're still there and still listening.
Thanks, Ryan.
Thanks, everybody.
Thank you, Ryan.
Appreciate
Take
it.
care. Let's go to Emily really quick. Emily.
Good morning, Emily.
Good morning. Thanks for letting me listen.
It's our extreme pleasure, Emily. What's up?
So nice to hear your voice. I mean, I hear your voice all the time, but it's not usually on the phone.
Yeah, what's up?
So you asked if anyone was going back to school or sending their kids back to school, and I am sending my kindergartner back to repeat kindergarten. And last night I had a dream that I was driving up a mountain in a snowstorm, and my car slowly slid off the road and over out a ravine, almost like it was a drone.
Yeah.
And as I'm flying off the mountain and recognizing that I'm going to plummet to my death, my only thought was, well, I would never see this view any other way. And then I woke myself up.
Yeah. Well, that's a positive spin on that.
Yeah.
Wow, look at the view.
I'm very obviously feeling absolutely no control about the situation that we're in.
Mm-hmm.
That's true.
Freaking out about it, not happy with the choices that I have to make.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Look at the view.
May I ask, why does your child have to repeat kindergarten?
He went, but I put him in too early.
Oh.
And with the disruption last year, and his kindergarten teacher was pregnant last year, so she took off in January to have her lovely baby.
Mm-hmm.
But she had been gone a lot for doctor's appointments, and then he was moved to another classroom with lots and lots and lots of other kids, and it was just a very disjointed, disrupted year, and he did not get what he needed out of it, so he's going back.
Well, I hope it works out a little better this year. Jeez.
I don't actually have a lot of high hopes for that, so,
Yep.
maybe he'll just be dumb.
No.
I'm going to teach him to weld.
Well, there's nothing wrong with having a little dumb. There's nothing wrong with having a little dumb kid.
As long as he's good looking.
He can just be a welder.
Yeah, well, if he's good looking,
adorable.
if he's good looking, he can be dumb.
He's cute.
Yeah. Carrie's right. Just he can be as dumb as he wants as long as he's good looking.
That's right.
All right.
Well,
Really,
Emily,
good point. You guys have made me feel better.
Good.
Emily, thank you
Thanks,
so
Emily.
much.
See you later.
Talk to you
Bye-bye.
later. All right. Traffic, Gina, please.
Light so far this morning for your first day of school commute. The only accident I have is up in Wasatch County. Crash northbound US 40 at 16 South in Heber. So if that is part of your commute, you may encounter that. But other than that, things look great. You can send us traffic if you see it. Text it to us, 33986.
All right, 6:31. We will take a break. We'll be back with Big Boy News and Opinioendo. Very important sports with Edward K. Brass coming up as well. And, of course, boners on the way. Stand by for all of that. X96.
The music starts when Radio from Hell ends. A 1 hour...
It is the 23rd century. Humans have left the lowly confines of planet Earth and have sought their destiny among the stars. While many things have changed, one constant remains: the need for young men to venture forth and do the work of the Lord. This is the tale of two such men who at the age of 19 have answered the call of their general authorities and are embarking on a 2-year mission to spread the gospel throughout the galaxy. This is the story of Space Elders. In this episode, we find an old adversary of Butch and Lehigh planning their demise.
So, bounty hunter, you will bring me Christiansen?
Jabba the Hutt was very fond of his rank. Pay me more for a complete set of missionaries.
Christiansen made me look weak in front of the Emperor. Only by turning Christiansen to the dark side will I be able to regain my place by the Emperor's side. Sell him to that slug, Jabba. I have arranged to have the elders meet you on Bespin. There you can ambush them without anyone noticing.
If these elders bested you and the Emperor, how do you expect me to transport them back to you?
I prefer my elders frozen. There is a carbonite facility on Cloud City. That should make transporting them simple.
Have my credits ready. I'll be right back. Here we are, Butch. Cloud City. It sure looks like the holograms they showed us in school.
I don't know, Lehigh. I always get nervous when I stand on a city that's floating miles above the surface. Are you sure this is the right place?
Zone Leader Hanson said that we're supposed to meet someone here named Lando Calrissian, right here on Bespin.
Well, church records on this Calrissian fellow show him to be a gambler, smuggler, womanizer, and a penny stock manipulator. Are you sure this is the guy?
Well, maybe he's ready to turn over a new leaf. Oh, I think that's him right there.
Hi, and welcome to Cloud City. I'm Lando Calrissian. I run the mining operation here on Bespin. Can I offer you a beverage? Perhaps some malt?
I love a malt.
Liquor?
Oh, no, we don't drink, Mr. Calrissian. I'm Elder Christiansen, and this is Elder Jensen.
Hi.
We represent the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints.
You know, the Mormons.
Now, our zone leader said that you might be interested in learning more about our religion.
Actually, no. We have some common acquaintances. I've made a deal with the Empire. Well, they'll leave me alone if I introduce you to this guy over here. Elders, this is Boba Fett. Boba Fett, Elders Christiansen and Jensen there. Gotta go now. Got a city to run. Bye-bye.
Well, Mr. Fett was up? Well, hi, I'm... Hey, I'm all tied up!
Cool toy. I need to get me one of those. We could convert more people if we could just tie them up first.
Now, Butch, I don't think we would be allowed to hog-tie prospective converts. Excuse me, Mr. Fett, could you untie me now?
One down, one to go.
Don't push my companion in that hole!
Whoa!
What have you done to my companion? Is Butch dead?
No, he wouldn't be worth much to me dead. Jabba wants to see him die in person. Your companion is frozen in carbonite. Now, if you would be so kind as to throw yourself down in there, we can get on with this.
You're going to take us both back to Jabba's palace?
No, you have an appointment with Darth Vader and the Emperor.
Cousin Darth? Oh, my.
Hey, get over here.
Sorry about this, Butch, but I need you to do something for me. Oh, I guess you weighed more than I thought in this thing, Butch. I'm sorry, Mr. Fett. I hope my companion, who's now frozen in carbonite, wasn't too heavy. Oh, geez, what do I got to do now? I better go for some help.
Never leave your companion behind.
Mr. Kenobi?
It is the first rule. You must never leave your companion.
Obi-Wan, come back. I need some help. Oh, well, I guess I can put you on my luggage rack like this, Butch. Come on, let's go. Will Butch be able to serve out the rest of his mission frozen in carbonite? Can Lehigh really find a big microwave to defrost him in? Will Darth Vader ever get his revenge and once again become the Emperor's favorite lapdog? And where does Boba Fett get all those neat gizmos? Tune in next time to hear Butch say... on the next mind-numbing episode of Space Elders!
Okay, it is 6:38 right now. Very important sports with Edward K. Brass coming up. Stand by for that. Right now, big boy news and a Pinuendo brought to you by.
The Downtown Tuesday Market is open Tuesdays through September 29th at 4 p.m. This is written weird. Let me try that one more time. The Downtown Tuesday Market is open Tuesdays now through September 29th from 4 p.m. until dusk at Pioneer Park. Shop for fresh local produce, handmade food products. More information at I'm going to rewrite this. For more information, visit slcfarmersmarket.org.
Well, Ewan McGregor, I don't know what he did to this woman, but he's getting taken to the cleaners by his wife that he's divorcing.
Well, he cheated on her. That's what he did.
Oh, yeah. It was on a movie set, wasn't it?
Yes.
People cheat on their wives all the time.
And they should all be treated like this, quite frankly.
Well, Ewan McGregor has to give his ex-wife half of the multi-million-dollar fortune he earned during his acting career, including his blockbuster Star Wars movies, according to the reports of their contentious divorce. The Trainspotting star, I don't know why they picked that, agreed to split with Eve Mavrakis any of his royalties from all of the movies and TV shows before their breakup in May of 2017, when he was seen kissing Fargo co-star Mary Elizabeth Winstead.
That's it.
According to a judgment seen by People magazine. Is it because his judgment was so poor that he was kissing Mary Elizabeth Winstead? His judgment was that poor. Maybe that's the reason. It also includes half of the $3 million he earned for, and why they paid him $3 million to be in the movie Christopher Robin, I don't know. But he earned $3 million for that.
He played the title role, so.
Well, yeah, but it was a movie called Christopher Robin. I mean,
look,
nobody went to see it.
Nobody saw it.
You're not paying him for quality. You're paying him to show up. All right.
As well as splitting all residuals and royalties from his career, which, along with 4 Star Wars movies, includes notable hits like Moulin Rouge. McGregor agreed to a hefty monthly payout to his ex-wife of 22 years. He will pay her $35,868 per month in spousal support, $14,934 per month in child support. He will keep a collection of 30 vehicles. What
do you need 30 vehicles for?
I don't know.
You don't need 30 vehicles?
I'm not Ewan McGregor. His ex-wife gets 5 of them, as well as their $6.62 million L.A. home, all of her jewelry, and $501,704 in cash to even out the asset split. The couple were appointed joint legal and physical custody of their 9-year-old daughter, Anouk, their youngest of 4 children, and agreed to continue to have a flexible custodial schedule to accommodate their daughter. They have 3 other daughters, Esther, Jamin, and Clara, who hit headlines when she called her dad's new love, Winstead, a piece of trash in a Instagram comment. He met his wife of 17 years on the set of Kavanaugh QC in 1995, whatever Kavanaugh QC was.
Sounds like a TV show.
That's a lot of money.
If we learned anything here, kids, prenup. Talk to your attorney.
Or if your marriage is going poorly and you don't want to be married to that person anymore, get divorced and then go sleep with somebody else.
Well, unfortunately, I think he maybe didn't know how poorly it was going until he kissed Mary Elizabeth Winstead and then went,
oh,
well,
this is worth millions of dollars to me.
No, you don't think that. He
No?
wasn't thinking with that head. He was thinking with another head. Cases of coronavirus here in the state of Utah. No new fatalities reported on Sunday. New cases, 331 new cases have been reported, which brings the statewide total to 46,652. 3,626 new tests were performed. The rolling 7-day average of positive cases, 357. 9.5% of those tested positive. 598,527 people have been tested for the virus since March. No new deaths were reported, keeping the statewide fatality rate at 363. There was also another report. Let's see, I don't think I pulled it up here, but let me see if I can find it quickly. Where you are most likely to get coronavirus here in Utah, at least, and maybe nationwide, it's at home. That's where you are most likely to.
Well, from another family member that goes out and brings it back.
To catch it from, you are most likely to catch it from another family member.
Because you spend most time inside with those people. So.
And I find it very difficult to explain that to my son.
Yeah.
I don't know why I have to continue to explain it to him, but I do. Of course, now we're worried about the twin-demic. We've got the pandemic, the twin-demic.
I don't
Doesn't
know
that
the
sound fun?
twin-demic.
Well, I'm going to tell you.
Okay.
That's why I brought it up. No, I'm just going to leave it lie there, Gina.
What is it?
There's, of course, there's no vaccine for COVID-19, but there is one for influenza. With the season's first doses now shipping, officials are struggling over how to get people to take it. Public health officials look to fall and winter. The specter of this new surge of COVID-19 gives them chills, but there is a scenario they dread even more. A severe flu season which would result in twin-demic. We've got the coronavirus on top of, and the flu on top of that. Even a mild flu season could stagger hospitals already coping with COVID-19 cases, and although officials don't know yet what degree of severity to anticipate this year, they're worried large numbers of people could forego flu shots, increasing the risk of widespread outbreaks. The concern about a twin-demic is so great that officials around the world are pushing the flu shot even before it comes available in clinics and doctors' offices. Dr. Robert Redfield, director of the U.S. Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, has been talking it up, urging corporate leaders to find out ways to inoculate employees. The CDC usually purchases 500,000 doses for uninsured adults, but this year they have ordered an additional 9.3 million doses.
Oh.
That's 500,000 normally, an additional 9.3 million doses. Dr. Fauci of the National Institute of Allergy and Infectious Diseases has been imploring people to get the flu shot, that you could at least blunt the effect of this, what they're fearing is a bad flu season on top of the pandemic. But I don't know. I'm going to have to wait and see. That's what Dr. Fauci says. That's what. But I'm just wondering what Dr. What's his name? Dr. Atlas says. What does Dr. Scott Atlas have to say about all of this? That's what. If Dr. Scott Atlas says he's not worried about the flu season, then I'm not going to worry about it. Dr. Scott Atlas, the frequent guest on the Fox News Channel, has joined the White House as a pandemic advisor. Dr. Atlas, the former chief of neuroradiology at Stanford University Medical Center and a fellow at Stanford's conservative Hoover Institute, has zero expertise in public health and zero expertise in infectious diseases. So, of course, he's the perfect choice by President Trump to be on the team.
Well, I saw him on the TV. He sounded very smart, so
This is exactly what he says. Now, Dr. Scott Atlas has long been a critic of coronavirus lockdowns and has campaigned for kids to return to the classroom and for the return of college sports, just like Trump. Here's a quote from President Trump. Scott is a very famous man who's also very highly respected. He has many great ideas, and he thinks that what we have done is really good.
And that's all he needs to hear.
That's it.
That's all it takes. Be a fan of the Trumpster, and you're in.
Can you not see? Can even the most ardent Trump supporter? Can you not see?
No,
because it's a cult. Did you see the boat? Did you see the boat parade?
Yeah,
that's. Just look right at that and go, "Yep, that's your cult right there."
Our lieutenant governor, Spencer Cox, and I retweeted this with a comment, proffered his condolences to the Trump family because President Trump's brother, Tommy or whatever, Robert, died. And Spencer Cox and his wife Abby extended their condolences to the president and his family, and he tweeted that. And many of our lieutenant governor's followers on Twitter were not very supportive of that those condolences that were sent out. It was interesting to read how many people commented on Spencer Cox sending condolences to the Trump administration or to the Trump family because of the death of his brother.
Well, it was interesting because I just retweeted a bunch of stuff. Trump was on Fox and Friends this morning. We'll get to Ed here in a moment here. but he was on Fox and Friends this morning talking about his dead brother, and it was all about him.
Yeah, of course.
It was. He was my biggest fan. He was never jealous of me, even though I was the president and had the most this and the most that. Yeah. He was never jealous of me. It was all about him.
I had the most beautiful wife, and he was,
Yeah, and he was
that thing he was married to. I don't know.
It was just like that. So such a caring individual.
Yeah.
Let's see, weather, traffic.
We have an excessive heat warning. We could be up to 103 today. Not in St. George. In Salt Lake City, 103 possible today. 110 or even warmer in St. George today. So, and tomorrow, hey, it could be even warmer than that. They're predicting 104 for tomorrow.
It was yesterday. It was 130 degrees in Death Valley, the hottest temperature recorded on Earth in over 100 years.
Yep, but everything's fine. Everything's fine traffic-wise, though, except for a friend of the program sent in, let's see, where did that go? Redwood Road is down to one lane in front of the new Costco in Saratoga Springs. They're repaving and drawing lines. Thank you. That is helpful. Send us traffic if you see it, 33986.
All right. Sports brought to you by
the Best Built Trucks are at National. They need your trade-in and will give you $3,500 more for it so you can drive home in a built truck from National.
And now, Mr. Amy Donaldson with very, very important sports. Yes, Edward K. Brass, attorney at law, is here with whatever sports there is to report. I understand that there's some doings with the Ohio State University football quarterback starting a petition to play football, right?
Yeah, good luck with that. They signed the petition, but they ain't playing. That ship sailed.
Yeah.
So,
yep. Yeah.
So before we begin with the what do you have to lose edition of very important sports, is there a Tommy Trump?
No, sure.
No, I couldn't think of his name.
As far as you know, there is. Yeah.
Tommy or Jimmy or
Tommy. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. I just wondered.
No, I don't think so.
Okay, good. So for Carnegie Mellon French horn maestro Mauricio Paez and Rio Grande Valley industrial magnate Raul Montemayor, the Spanish Grand Prix in Barcelona yesterday was won by Lewis Hamilton from Great Britain. Now, you think this is all a joke, but Lewis Hamilton, who drove for Mercedes yesterday, won his 156th Grand Prix to pass Michael Schumacher to become the greatest Formula One driver of all time. Next up is the Belgian Grand Prix in Spa, Belgium, which was, as all very important sports listeners know, Kaiser Wilhelm's last headquarters in World War I.
Oh, right. Yeah.
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 Yeah. In other scores, mail sorting machine 671, mail consumer 0. In football, this is your Premier League predictions for the 2020-2021 season. The season just ended, but they're going to go right into the 2020 season in about 3 weeks. Is down. It'll be.
Hello?
Ed, we're losing you.
Yes?
Ed, you're cutting out.
Uh-oh.
Hold still.
How am I now?
Good.
There you go.
Okay. Manchester City will win the Premier League. Liverpool will finish second. Manchester United third, and Chelsea fourth. In the Champions League, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, good. In the Champions League, the final four are of the. This is the best clubs in Europe that play for this. There are no Spanish teams. There are no English teams. There are 2 Bundesliga teams and 2 French League One teams. On Tuesday, the 18th, RB Leipzig will play Paris Saint-Germain, and on Wednesday, the 19th, Lyon will play Bayern Munich. Here's your very important sports final: will be Paris Saint-Germain versus Bayern Munich. And as in 1870 and 1940, the Germans will win. In WWE news in Lutz, Florida, this is for Tommy Milagro, one person. 24-year-old Applebee employee Philip Thomas was arrested for aggravated stalking an attempted kidnapping of WWE star Sonia Devine, who he apparently had been stalking for a long time.
He's
That's
a boner
your
candidate.
WWE.
He is a boner candidate today.
Ah.
Okay, good. Good. You can flesh that out. In Major League Soccer, it resumes on Saturday with RSL in Colorado. The National Women's Soccer League with the Utah Royals may not play any games this year. I guess that's up in the air. They're trying to decide that this week. No games are presently scheduled. The Utah Monarchs are playing. They lost Saturday to the El Paso Locomotive 1-0. The single goal was scored by Raul Montemayor. Next Wednesday in Harriman, they play New Mexico United. Let's see, they're third in Group C right now. They're doing sort of a World Cup format. They have to finish first or second to continue to play. In the Southwest Valley Invisible Kid Club League, the Phantoms were captained by Little Miss Sue, won their tournament 1-0. In baseball, the American League East leaders are the Yankees, the Central, Minnesota Twins, the West, Oakland A's. In the National League, it's the Miami Viruses in the East. In the Central, it's the Chicago Cubs. In the West, it's the L.A. Dodgers. In February, your beloved, very important sports predicted the Yankees-Dodgers World Series with the Yankees winning. That's looking pretty good right now.
Okay.
Are people watching the baseball, Ed?
This person is not, but they are at my gym. I mean, they have it on the screens there. You know, I think the 3 people that are on treadmills are watching baseball. So that'll pump the ratings up pretty good. They're baseball fans. I shouldn't say that. In the NBA, Utah Jazz, they're the 6th seed in the West. They begin the playoffs this morning versus the 3rd seed Denver Nuggets. I don't know if you guys can hear the hound of the Baskervilles outside.
No.
Good. At 11:30 a.m. today on ESPN, their point guard Mike Conley left the bubble last night to go to Columbus, Ohio, for the birth of a child. He's a Buckeye. Of course, that's what he did. The playoff seeding, pundits say that the Jazz tanked to get into the 6th seed so that they wouldn't have to play the 1st seed Lakers or the 2nd seed Clippers. Unfortunately, 16 NBA writers polled by ESPN unanimously picked Denver to win the series.
Really?
So very important sports is going to pick the Jazz in 6. Yeah, they polled 16 writers. All of them picked the Nuggets to win. So I guess if they tanked, it didn't work out too well. Football. On Friday, high school football started in Utah. 2A Power Beaver crushed Grand High School in Moab 69-0. Grand began the game with 37 players on their squad. They finished with 30. Probably time to rethink the season. The referees and cheerleaders wore masks for half the games. The players did not. We'll see how that experiment works out. In college football, as you already mentioned, the Pac-12 and Big Ten have canceled their seasons. This means the 2020 national champion from Ohio State will be home watching the championship game between Clemson and Alabama on TV in January. Alabama will win. It also means that the young men from the Pac-12 and the Big Ten will not suffer heart damage and will not die prematurely.
Yeah.
And you mentioned Justin Fields' petition, which, everybody can sign it. It's not going to change anything. The decision's been made.
Mm-hmm.
In pro football, the games begin on September 10th with the Texans versus the Chiefs. Beloved Utah quarterback and number 1 overall draft pick, Alex Smith, who nearly had his leg amputated from a double broken leg in November of 2018, this weekend came off the physically unable to perform list. This makes him eligible to resume playing pro football again. In a really poignant video that I sent to Gina.
Yep.
His family sprays him with champagne to celebrate his return to football. In the same video, Mr. Smith is wearing a full-length pressure sock on the broken leg.
Yeah.
There's really one purpose.
And limping.
Limping very badly. Yeah, and he's going to resume playing pro football. The pressure sock is generally designed to keep you from getting blood clots. So Mr. Smith, please retire.
Why is
I told him, I said, it's okay. You can take up golf now. It's perfectly fine.
Why is he doing it? I
think he gets in your blood, and some people just can't give it up. I mean, he was doing really well when he got hurt, and maybe he thinks he can come back, and maybe he thinks of himself as he was when he was healthy. But it was really sad to see him limp around the driveway, and wearing that sock is a very bad sign.
That's terrible.
All right, Ed.
All right, my friends.
Thanks.
Thanks, Ed.
Good to see you. Be seeing you soon.
All right.
Thank you very much. Very important sports with Edward K. Brass. Traffic, Gina.
There's no traffic, and I know we're late, so just move along.
Oh, okay, fine.
Yeah.
KXRK Provo, we'll take a break, and we'll be back. Round one of your boners coming up. Stand by.
Stay and play.
Less than a week away from Halloween.
Oh, yeah, that's right. I got to get my comic books together for the trick-or-treaters.
I haven't bought candy yet.
Less than a week, and so we've gone the entire month of October.
I'm going to give insulin this year.
It's expensive. That's an
I was going to
expensive
say, I'll
trip.
put you in the poorhouse.
That's true.
Entire month of October, and we have yet to have a visit from my very favorite friend of the Radio from Hell show.
Who was that?
Who was that?
Well, Jimmy was just here an hour ago.
I like Jimmy, but he's not my favorite.
And
He's my favorite.
Hildy's retired.
And I like Hildy, but not my favorite.
No?
Friend of... Come on, you guys.
Where are we going?
Well, Punk was here on Wednesday and dropped off some toys, but
I love Punk, but that's not who I'm talking about. I'm talking about...
I don't know who you could be.
Chainsaw Guy.
Who's that? What's that again?
Chainsaw Guy. But actually, you're usually not here when he's here, so maybe you don't know how much I adore.
I do know because, as you know, Chainsaw Guy and I have a very special relationship. I'm the one who introduced him to you, if you'll recall.
It's true.
And I have not heard.
He's your life coach, right?
He is. He was.
Not anymore.
He was. Well, when I found out that he was self-certified.
That's when
I went. Oh well.
You didn't like his advice, and then you looked into it, and.
Yeah.
But
I said, where
because he thought, if I'm getting this out of a psychology book, screw him.
Where did you learn this stuff? I said. Did you go to school? He said, no, I'm self-certified. So, but I have not heard anything from him.
Well,
and I usually do by this time of year. I mean, he contacts me and says, the first thing he always says is, "Hey, how's that Gina doing?"
Is that your Chainsaw Guy impression? It's terrible, by the way.
I know.
You don't sound anything.
Okay, I won't try to do it again, but he always asks about you right off the bat.
But then I'm putting out a call to Chainsaw Guy. If you're listening, we have less than a week to have you come visit us, or it just won't feel like it'll be like Santa not coming for Christmas.
I heard he was
doing
doing
like the Easter Bunny not coming.
I heard he was doing a podcast, and he's kind of
Chainsaw Guy podcast.
Yeah, I heard he was doing a podcast, and he's kind of busy with that.
Well, if he, I hope, I know he's a good friend of the program. I know he listens. So a Chainsaw Guy, just going to be really sad if you don't.
Well, if he can't make it to the show, I'll have him call you. And
we could at least offer some advice over the phone.
No, I want him in here. I need to see him.
I don't need the smell of the exhaust, and and
it's always terrible.
His overalls are always kind of dirty.
And he usually doesn't button them up the right way.
Yes.
There's always something hanging out.
Well, we have four more days of Radio from Hell show where you will have the chance to.
Well, I'll
make
If
good on.
I find him, what I'll do, and I'll tell him, Kerry says that he can come, but only if he agrees to shower.
Well, wash the overalls.
Okay, I'll tell him.
That's all.
He's supposed to be scary. Dirt is scary. You know how petrified I am of filth?
So you like the fact that he smells so bad?
It's just part of the...
All right.
No?
I don't know.
Okay.
For those who don't know who we're talking about, Chainsaw Guy is the guy in the hockey mask at the end of your haunted house who chases you out with a chainsaw. But he's also a self-certified life coach and a poet. He
has sage advice.
He offers love advice.
Love advice and relationship advice, and even advice for your future, and job hunting, things like that.
He was having a hard time of it a couple of years ago. He was leaf blower guy for a while.
They took his chainsaw away.
Yeah.
Well, maybe that's part of the problem this year. I don't know.
No, he's got his chainsaw back. I saw him.
Oh, you did?
I'm pretty sure it was him.
Was it at the end of a haunted house?
Yeah.
Well, it probably was.
He kept saying, "Hey, hey, hey,"
Yeah.
and so I thought he was trying to get my attention. So
Katie's getting married. She needs Chainsaw Guy's advice.
That's true. That's true. She could use some.
Maybe she needs Chainsaw Guy to officiate the ceremony.
He can. He is registered with the what is it? The Universal Life
Chainsaw Church.
Yeah.
Reverend Chainsaw Guy.
Well, it's Reverend Guy. His first name is Chainsaw.
Oh, that's right.
His first name is
Guy.
Chain. Yeah. His middle name is Saw.
I mean, I imagine you're on enough of a close enough relationship that you can call him by his first name.
Okay, but Reverend Guy.
Hey, Chainsaw.
Yeah, people are suggesting that Chainsaw Guy appear on an episode of Remain Seated with Gina Barberi.
My podcast.
Because you like him so much, you should get a hold of him and invite him.
and do
then
life
you can have
advice.
all your Chainsaw Guy fun there, and we don't have to deal with it.
You could do that.
I could.
I'm sure he could provide at least 20 minutes of entertaining banter.
I haven't been able to get you on my podcast, Bill, so maybe I can get Chainsaw Guy.
Well, that's because you've asked me one time, and you said, "Can you come over right now?" And I said, no.
Yeah, and? So you're going to pull them?
No, I
like hearing them for nostalgia's sake.
I like hearing his voice so much so that I myself have gone back and listened to some of my Remain Seated podcasts so I could hear my son's voice, because I haven't heard his voice since he had left for boot camp.
Please, Gina, shipped out. He shipped out.
So the way they're doing it now, because everything takes longer, is you quarantine for 2 weeks and then you move on to actual boot camp.
Mm-hmm.
So he was quarantined, couldn't communicate with him at all, and now should be about when the quarantine is over. And they do a COVID test.
Mm-hmm.
If you're negative, you move on to the regular boot camp. If
you have
you're
to
positive,
get at least 60% on it.
If you're positive, they send you home and that's it. Do you know why?
You're not going to be in the military?
Yeah.
You're not going to be in the Navy?
Do you know why?
Why?
No.
Can you guess?
Well, let's see.
You're on a submarine in a confined area?
To send you home
Because
and you're out.
They don't know the long-term effects of
That's
having
true.
COVID, and
That's
they
true.
don't want to be responsible for that.
That's true.
So off you go. Now, I was talking to his wife this weekend, and she hasn't heard from him either, and we suspect he passed that test and has moved on because there's a Facebook group of families that kids are in this group of people, this class, I don't know what they call it, this class of recruits. And they've said that some of them have heard, I heard from my son or daughter and they're coming home. And we haven't heard from him. So just based on not hearing from him, we're assuming he's moving on to the next step.
So you move on to the next step, and what if you get COVID then? Do they still send you home?
Yes.
And that's it, you're out? And what if you get through boot camp, and then when you're on duty and you get COVID?
I think once you go through boot camp and you graduate boot camp, then you're officially a member of the military, and then they're stuck with you.
All right, we've got to take care of you now. Well, that seems a little. I think that seems I guess.
No, they're not going to take a recruit that's sick before they even get started. That's why there's all the medical tests before you join, and they don't want to be responsible for medical bills unnecessarily.
We don't want to be responsible for all of that. We're going to ask you to put your life on the line at some point, but we don't want to be responsible for that.
Right out of the gate, no. Yeah. But yeah, is that
Human
weird that I go back
stock.
is that weird that I go back and listen to my own podcast so I can hear myself?
Yeah, it is kind of
a little bit because you were there. But I just want to know what the future of both of your podcasts are.
I don't. Yeah. I'm not.
Because Bill's promo's running too. He hasn't made a new one in longer than me.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't have any idea.
Brand new episode of GeekShowPodcast.com available right now.
Kerry just said that so he could gloat. That's the only reason he said. I want to know what the future of your podcasts are, that I can say I've never missed one.
We've only missed two. And had two, and two of our panelists have died. Yeah. And we didn't miss them because they died. We missed them for other reasons.
Well, that's no excuse.
13 years now. No, I'm just curious as to what your plans are for
Can't say.
Nothing, huh?
No, I don't know. I don't have any plan at this point. No plan at this point. We'll just have to wait and see what the future holds.
And see, Liza Nell is wondering this as well, and I just say, well, there's a vast library of both of your shows.
Yeah.
That you can go back and listen to.
I bet I have 100 episodes or more. So.
Now, I remember the advice you guys gave me and all. But
what, Katie?
I may be starting a podcast.
You may be.
I may be. My best friend and I are working on getting things together on starting our own podcast.
About what will your podcast be?
So far, we've got it down to horror, cats, and witch hats. So it's going to be horror movies. Well,
I think it should be about
books.
all of those things.
It basically will be.
And
that's where we're sitting so far.
Call it. Horror cats and witch hats.
We're working. Yeah. We might. We enjoy that title. So keep an eye out for that, and I will inform you guys on it.
I'll keep an ear out for
it.
Horror cats and witch hats. It sounds good.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Go back to speaking about parents and kids. I was listening to Kamala Harris when she was talking about her parents, and as she did her acceptance of the vice presidential offer from Joe Biden. And she was talking about her parents who came from different countries to America to seek freedom and to seek educational opportunities that they may not have had in their own countries. And they met in, I think it was Oakland, California, and they were both, they met at a protest rally. And,
of course.
Yeah.
That's
and they
on brand.
And they met at a protest rally, protesting for student rights and things. And then when she was born, they continued to protest, go to protest rallies to fight for basic human rights for students and for people. And they would put her in a stroller and take her to protest rallies when she was a little kid. And then I thought, let's see, well, what were my mom and dad doing when I was a baby, and how many people can say things like that about, my parents did this and they brought me up so that I understood the workings of democracy, and my mom was just trying to make sure she could keep me fed, and she was scrambling to find enough money because her husband had left her, and she didn't know where the next meal was coming from, and I don't know, I think you have to have a story like Kamala Harris's to be a politician.
It's why you're not going to ever be president, Bill.
It's exactly the reason. Exactly the reason. I used to cry when my mom left to go. She'd go off to college, and leave me with my grandparents. It was different. It was different.
Well, and I'll never be on the school board.
No.
But no, you won't. But you've only missed 2 episodes of GeekShowPodcast.com. Only two. Only two.
You see, I could bring that kind of discipline to the school board.
I know.
If they'd elect somebody who has no kids and is an atheist, then I could bring that. But no, they won't.
And so, I thought you hadn't missed any. I'm surprised to hear that you'd missed 2.
2 episodes.
2.
In how many years?
13. All right.
That's
traffic.
That's almost sad.
Traffic.
What's not sad is traffic, because I just refreshed the UDOT website and I have 0 trouble.
It's too hot to
trouble.
drive.
Is it too hot to drive?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there's nothing going on. Maybe you see something going on. You say, well, there's something going on right there. Well, then tell me about it. Text it to us, 33986.
All right.
Boners coming up.
Yes, round one.
Here are the candidates you will be considering. Boner candidate number 1, Operation Empty Plate. Number 2, well, how else was he supposed to show his love? And number 3, the big problem here is that they were winning.
All right, round 1 of your boners, big boy news, all coming up after these. Brooklinen.com is the website to go to. You can use the promo code once you get there. My last name, Jackson, Jackson, and you'll get a special deal I'll tell you about in a moment. Brooklyn is known for their sheets. They are known as the Internet's favorite sheets, and they're certainly our favorite sheets in our home. But they're now expanding to all over your home, not just your bedroom, but they're expanding all over your home. They have artwork and all kinds of things available for your home. But they really want me to tell you about their towels, their bath towels. They're amazing, great. You can pick your degree of fluffiness. If you like them really plush or just very basic, it's entirely up to you, varying levels of plushness. It's just terrific towels, and you're going to love them. Don't forget the bathrobes, too. I love the bathrobes. Brooklinen, the perfect place to find all the comforts for home, including ultra-soft towels. They are so confident in their product that everything comes with a lifetime warranty. Use the promo code Jackson, my last name, Jackson, for 10% off your first order at brooklinen.com. That's BROOKLINEN.com. And the promo code Jackson. Brooklyn, and everything you need to live your most comfortable life.
Here's what Kerry Jackson is doing when he's not on the air.
Yes, Mr. Jackson, thank you for coming into my office. As the manager of this department store, it is my job to make sure that everything goes smoothly. And during the Christmas season, that's especially important. We hired you to be our store Santa on good recommendations from your radio station management. But frankly, we've had complaints from many of the parents about your performance as Santa. Now, how do you begin each visit with a child?
Well, first off, I have them shake my hand.
Shake your hand?
Yes, I'm the hand-shaking Santa.
You don't let the children sit on your lap?
No, the hand-shaking Santa wouldn't do that. And do you have any idea how germy little children are? You know what I really hate is that little kid smell. You know the smell I'm talking about.
I see. And then they tell you what they want for Christmas.
Well, after they've shaken my hand, I ask them to write an essay about how good or bad they've been during the year, and then they're asked to list what they want for Christmas. Now, that list is then submitted to one of my elves, and the essay is graded and placed in the Handshaking Santa essay box.
You have paper and pencils for them in Santa's castle?
No, the handshaking Santa does not provide essay materials. If the children are unprepared, it's no concern of mine.
Uh-huh. Well, I think I've heard quite enough.
Oh, fine. My break is just about over, and I still have to disinfect my fingernails and put on a fresh pair of gloves before I have to greet the little vermin again. Get away from the handshaking Santa, you dirty, dirty little children.
Oh, my God. Miss Johnson, would you call the radio station we hired this Santa from? We need a replacement immediately.
Here's what Bill Allred is doing when he's not on the air.
Ho, 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 ho. Welcome to Santa's castle. Merry Christmas.
Santa, why are you lying on the floor?
I'm the leg wrestling Santa. Tell me what you want for Christmas.
Well, I want the white Power Ranger and the Nerf Ball Zuka.
All right then, Sonny. Lie down here right next to me. You do know how to leg wrestle, don't you?
Oh, yes, Santa, but couldn't I just sit on your lap?
Oh, no. The leg wrestling Santa wouldn't do that. All right now, Sonny. If you beat me, then you'll get everything you asked for.
Okay.
If not, you'll get a lump of coal in your stocking. And an orange.
Oh.
Here we go.
Okay.
1, 2, 3. Sorry, Sonny. You lose. Get him out of here, would you, my little helpers? Who'll be the next to challenge the leg wrestling Santa?
Why don't you leg wrestle me, Mr. Butthead, jolly old sucky claws?
Aren't you a little old to be leg wrestling Santa?
You're pretty tough with these kids. Let's see you take on someone your own size.
All right, then. You lie down right here. Good. But first, I have to take a leak. Can't leg wrestle on a full bladder, you know. Be right back.
Describes me to a T. And speaking of which, I'm going to start swapping out my comic books behind me. See, I have comic books framed.
Oh yeah.
I'm going to start rotating and swapping them out with some others.
Oh, okay.
Because I found some classic ones that I didn't sell.
How many are on the wall back there?
Let's see, 4, 8, 9, 12, 16 of them.
And you have others that are framed?
I have.
No, you can pull it
I'm
in
just going to
and out.
swap them out. You can pull them in and out of these frames.
Oh, I didn't know that.
I'm swapping the order right now. If you go to x96.com/live, you can see what we're talking about. I'll swap the order out here throughout the week, but then next week I'll add some new titles. I found one of my issues of Son of Satan that, yeah, I'm looking forward to that.
That should be up there all the time.
It should be, shouldn't it?
Son of Satan.
Son of Satan. Damien Hellstrom. It'll be a Hulu TV series very soon. Let's go now to round one of your boners. Here we go. 3 news stories. These are examples of bad, stupid, or funny human behavior. And you will decide with your vote of these 3 candidates which one is the worst. Which one deserves to go forward to boner fight and possibly become boner of the day. You see, if it wins here, it's only the winner of round 1. That's good. It secures a spot in Boner Dome. Round 2 coming up at 8:20. 3 more, 3 different candidates. We'll get a winner there as well. And we'll take both of those winners and put them against each other for boner fight at 9:20 this morning. That's when you will decide boner of the day at that time. Right now, pick your champion for round 1. Here we go. 2 candidates now, a third after the news. Once you've heard all 3, then you will vote, and one of you lucky random boner voters will receive.
I can't buy it, gotta win it, Radio from Hell boner t-shirt.
Boner candidate number 1, Operation Empty Plate. A restaurant in China has apologized after weighing diners in an effort to prevent food waste.
Weighing?
The restaurant in the central city of Changsha asked customers to stand on scales and scan their data into an app that recommended food choices for them based on their weight.
Why would anybody go to this restaurant?
It's China, Gina. Signs were posted at the eatery that read, "Be thrifty and diligent, promote empty plates," and "Operation Empty Plate," references to a national campaign to stop the waste of food. President Xi Jinping has urged people to not toss excess food away since there has been a shortage of some products due to the coronavirus pandemic and flooding last month. But the restaurant faced backlash on social media for its attempts to contribute to the national campaign, leading to post video Saturday to say it was deeply sorry.
So what if you're skinny? They would say you could eat more food, but if you're overweight,
based on your weight, this is how much food we will put on your plate. Our original intention was to advocate stopping waste and ordering food in a healthy way. We never forced the customers to weigh themselves, they said. Well, they kind of did. Boner candidate number 1, Operation Empty Plate.
This leads to a bigger discussion we'll have to have sometime in that portions in America are ridiculous.
Yes, that's true.
Way too much food.
I know there's never enough. Here's boner candidate number 2. Well, how else was he supposed to show his love? Philip A. Thomas has been arrested after Florida deputies say he planned to kidnap WWE wrestler Sonya Deville, whose real name is Daria Barinato. A South Carolina man arrested Sunday. He allegedly broke into the home of Sonya Deville to kidnap her. Philip Thomas works at an Applebee's in South Carolina, and he drove 500 miles to Florida and began planning the abduction 8 months ago, according to the sheriff's office, but he had allegedly stalked his victim on social media for many years. Although police did not identify the victim, the home where Thomas was arrested is owned by Ms. Deville. Deville currently stars in the E-Cable channel reality series Total Divas. Mr. Thomas parked his car close to midnight on Saturday evening, just around the corner from the home in Lutz, Florida. Thomas was then seen to allegedly cut a hole in the patio screen and was outside on the patio for up to 4 hours, watching his victim through the windows of the home, waiting before she went to bed before executing his plan. Thomas is then alleged to have entered Deville's home through the patio door at about 2:40 in the morning, setting off an alarm. Deville fled the house with a friend and called 911. When police arrived on the scene, Thomas was still in the house and found to be carrying a knife, plastic zip ties, duct tape, and mace, along with several other items. He told deputies that he was planning to take Deville hostage.
Wow.
Why are you still here? Well, when she comes back, I'm going to take her hostage.
It's a great plan, guys. Look at all the stuff I brought. I'm set. Yeah. I'm ready to go.
I'm ready to go. So when she gets back, how else was he to show his love? Really? Boner candidate number 2. Coming up in a moment, boner candidate number 3. You know, the big problem here is that they were winning.
All right. We got candidate number 3 for round 1 coming up after this. Big boy news and opinnuendo brought to you by
Diversion Eatery for pizza, burgers, tacos, beer, wine, spirits. Monday, open mic night with $2 off pizzas. Open daily from 11 to 10. 3rd West, 535 North. diversioneatery.com. I'll be back. Bye.
All right.
Got to go drive her daughter to school. All right. Joe Exotic still has Carol Baskin on his mind, even from behind bars.
He's
obsessed. And he wants to get involved in renewed search to find her missing millionaire husband.
But as I recall, Joe kept saying that she killed her husband.
That's what he thinks.
So why would he be in a search for the body?
Well, he wants to jump right into the newly launched push to find out what the hell exactly happened to Don Lewis when he went missing back in 1997. And Don Lewis's family is saying, yeah, if you want to help out, fine. The day after Dawn's 3 daughters held their news conference announcing a new lawsuit against Carol Baskin and a fresh investigation, Joe reached out offering info from his prior investigation into Carol, according to John Phillips, the lawyer for Dawn's family. Dawn's daughters were down to work with Joe, and right now the plan is for him to speak to their lawyer to figure out what, if any, useful information he might have for the investigation. The family announced a $100,000 reward for info that leads them to Dawn, and as Tiger King fans know, Joe dedicated years of his life trying to dig up dirt on Carol. He thinks she played some role in Dawn's disappearance. He disappeared on August 18, 1997, after leaving his home in Tampa. Some folks allege Carol fed him to her tigers. She has denied, of course, all allegations, and there's never been any proof of anything. Never.
Nope.
Murray City Schools are preparing to open today, Monday morning. It's back to school. It's the first district really in the area to have their first day. Families were given the option of full-time in-person learning, full-time online, or a combination of the two. Schools have taken steps to keep students socially distanced. There are markers on the floor and desks have been spaced out. Parents said that they've been going over the new rules with their children. They'll have to wear face masks. I think actually as adults we complain a lot more than the kids do, said Murray parent Monica Giles. I think they're really good about it. Not one of my kids has had a problem with going back to school, and they've all said they will be good about wearing their face masks.
Sure, they will. Sure. Oh, I'm late. All right. I'm late for first period. I gotta.
Yeah. Okay. Utah has seen a spike in teacher resignations because of COVID-19. Just days before kids are set to go back to schools, teachers are resigning in record numbers. Kathy Gray, a 6th grade teacher in Salt Lake County, is one of those. She will be fined because of late resignation, but she says leaving the classroom was necessary to keep her and her students safe. I worked really, really hard to get here because this is my dream that had to be postponed for a few decades, Gray said, and walking away from teaching is the hardest thing I've ever done. Like many other teachers, she's leaving the job because of COVID. And because she's leaving at the last minute, she has to pay a $1,000 penalty.
Really?
Because she's leaving her contract without enough notice. Death Valley hit 130 degrees Sunday. And that's thought to be the highest mercury reading on Earth since 1913. If the National Weather Service's recording is correct, it would also be among the top 3 highest temperatures to ever have been measured in Death Valley as well. The temperature in Death Valley hit 130 degrees at 3:41 p.m. Sunday. Death Valley holds the record for the highest temperature ever recorded on the planet, which was 134 degrees in 1913.
Perfectly normal.
I'm hot! With temperatures expected here in the valley throughout the week to be hovering right around 100, Salt Lake County is offering 2 public cooling centers to residents. Cooling centers are air-conditioned indoor spaces available to anybody who needs a break from the heat, allowing people to cool off, hydrate, and stay safe from heat-related illnesses. With triple-digit temperatures in the forecast, the county is offering 2 spaces, one at the Mountain American Expo Center, 9575 South State Street in Sandy, the other at the Salt Palace on West Temple and First South. Inside the building, signs line the walkways. You have to wear a mask and standard social distancing, and you have to check in and fill out a contact tracing form prior to going into the cooling center. But there will be air conditioning. The room will be at 72 degrees, plenty of distanced seating, and water and snacks are provided.
Oh, good.
So if there are people who don't, we're fortunate. I have air conditioning in my house.
Yeah.
There are people who don't, and they may need to go to those places to cool off. Presidential politics. The Democratic National Convention begins today.
Mm-hmm.
Almost all virtual, almost all online. And I think it's not until Thursday that Joe Biden will do an acceptance speech and again virtually at the convention. I heard read a great description of Joe Biden the other day. What did it say? Joe Biden is like your favorite cover band. He knows all the songs. Top Democrats have called on Postmaster General Louis DeJoy and Robert Duncan, the chairman of the United States Postal Board of Governors, to testify before Congress before the end of the month to answer why they are advancing dangerous new policies that pose a grave threat to the integrity of the election. And attorneys general in several states are gathering together. They're going to sue the Postmaster General to stop destroying the post office. Essentially, I don't think our Attorney General Sean Reyes is a part of that.
Oh no.
I think he thinks what's going on with the post office is just fine.
Oh yeah, just ask him. I'll bet he'd tell you that there's all kinds of fraud going on. But this election in Utah, the entire state is mail-in.
Mail voting.
Yeah, it's all mail voting. All right.
Finally, this, I just want you to know there are pumpkin Pop-Tarts available now. Pumpkin pie
Pop-Tarts?
Pumpkin pie Pop-Tarts. And you know what that means. It says here, fall is just around the corner. It's what it says. Just around.
That's what it means?
That's what it means, yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. Weather, traffic. Weather, going to be hot.
Mm-hmm.
Just going to be hot all week long, like hundreds, Hot. Traffic, I'm not seeing any delays. It's all on the UDOT camera situation, all blue. So you should just be having the average standard delays that you expect when you're oot and a boot commuting. All right, that's traffic.
Here's boner candidate number 3. The big problem here is that they were winning. An Australian casino, a gambling place, has been fined $64,500 after a 12-year-old girl and 2 other teens were caught gambling in separate incidents in the casino. The 12-year-old's mother was filmed on security cameras sneaking her daughter into the Star Casino in Sydney through the back door to avoid security. That's a cool parent, isn't it?
Yeah.
Once inside, the parents were filmed sitting with their daughter as she placed nearly 24 bets on poker machines. It's quite staggering that the young girl's parents facilitated her entry in such a deceptive manner, let alone allowed their daughter to gamble, said Independent Liquor Authority Chair Philip Crawford. David Byrne, Liquor and Gaming Director of Investigations and Intervention, said the Star's staff should have safeguarded its exits and been able to easily spot such a young gambler inside the casino. However, not only did the Star fail to manage the risk once the child was on the gaming floor, there were a number of opportunities where staff could have noticed a very young person, she's 12, playing poker machines well before they actually did, which is when the family was leaving. Gamblers must be at least 18 to enter the casino and buy alcohol. Regulators also rebuked the star for 2 other instances of underage high rollers. In one case, a 17-year-old boy bought booze while playing 42 rounds of roulette and 22 rounds of poker and was kicked out after 3 hours inside the casino, and a 16-year-old girl was buying drinks and playing poker before she was finally caught and kicked out. But the big problem was they were all winning.
Yeah.
Boner candidate number 3.
All right, let's review the first 2 and vote.
Boner candidate number 1, Operation Empty Plate, a restaurant in China apologizing for weighing customers to determine how much food they would be allowed to have on their plate. This was to prevent food waste, they said. Boner candidate number 2, well, how else was he supposed to show his love? An Applebee's worker who stalked WWE star Sonya Deville. He drove 500 miles to her house. He stalked her online, then he drove 500 miles to her house and planned a kidnapping, broke into her house, and he didn't get her, but he was going to go for it. And boner candidate number 3, the big problem here is that they were winning.
All right. There you go. Those are your 3 candidates. You've got to decide of these 3 candidates which one is the worst, which one deserves to go forward to Boner Fight and possibly become Boner of the Day. If it wins here, it's the winner of round 1, sure, secures a spot in Boner Dome. Not Boner of the Day yet. Round 2 coming up at 8:20. We'll get 3 more, 3 different candidates. We'll get another winner there. And then we'll take both of our winners and put them against each other at 9:20 this morning. That's when Boner Fight happens, and that's when you will decide Boner of the Day for today. All right, so 1, 2, or 3. Pick the candidate that you think is the worst in this round, and put that number, that single digit, the one that you want to win, in the message of a text, and then text that to 33986. Easy. Or you can call the producer's booth, 877-602-9696. Use your voice to vote. Or go online, x96.com. Look for the box that says Boner Voting, August 17, 2020, and vote there. If you don't see that box, refresh. It should appear. All right, you've got until the end of these messages to vote. This is round 1. Go.
I'm a bad mom, I can tell you about real quick.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Well, we know you're a bad mom, but go ahead, tell us.
Quickly, we're at Gray Whale. You can come by and see us, Gray Whale up by the U.
Come and get a first-hand look at a really bad mother.
Yeah, I'm right here. So last night was country fair at Festus's school. Now, country fair is not like chickens and cows and
like you would. Yeah, that's why they call it a country fair, because it has nothing to do with that.
No, it's a country fair.
Oh, it's okay. So it's not a country fair. It's a country fair.
It's a country fair.
Australia.
Yeah. Yeah.
What country did Festus have?
He had Iraq.
Oh,
of course he did.
Yeah. And so yesterday.
Is that because they knew his father's a terrorist?
No, he has a brother who's serving in Iraq.
Oh, that's okay.
He's been there forever. I wish he'd come back. But yesterday, after school, Festus said, "Well, everybody said they're bringing food." As you know, you have the display board with all your information, and everybody's bringing food from their various countries.
It would have been nice, honey, if you'd let me know that before, 12 hours before school.
So I look around the house, and I see that
Did you have some hummus or anything?
Well, the mother-in-law had just come back from Egypt, and she brought this big container of baked goods from this Egyptian bakery, and the container had Arabic all over it, and they were Egyptian pastries. I'm like, that's close.
Wait a minute. If you were to say that to your husband, Egyptian husband,
he's out of town, I'm guessing.
So that's close, and there's Arabic on it. So you set that on the table, and it'll look
it'll
authentic.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So we go to the country fair and
the country fair.
And come back, and Joe stayed with the little kids at home while I took Festus to the country fair. And Joe said, "What happened to
the pastries that I was so looking forward to eating?"
And I said, "Well, he didn't have any food for his display, and so we took those. And I thought because it had Arabic on it that it would look." And he said, "The Arabic that they speak in Egypt is not the same as in Iraq. It's like
Really?
that would be like if you took,
Yeah.
pastries from
Let's take some
Spain
French pastries to a Mexico
yeah.
country. Yeah.
Oh, I'm like, they didn't know. Nobody knew. It's Arabic. They don't know what.
Did they not know?
Nobody said anything.
Nobody
Of course
said
they didn't know. Yeah.
Was he angry at you? Did he get angry?
A little bit. It's like
Dr.
my
Sam
mother-
wants to talk about anger today.
It's like my mother brought these all the way back from Egypt for
me.
For me.
Did people eat them at the
They
fair?
did. They were gone.
Were they delicious?
They were really good.
You don't know. You didn't try
No,
them.
I did.
Okay.
Before anybody else touched them, because then they've got germs on them. So I unwrapped them and tried one.
You have problems with germs?
Yeah.
Oh, like my friend Lindsay. That would be good for you next time we're on. We'll talk about germs.
Oh, yeah,
Do you wear slippers at home? Or
Yes.
will your feet touch the carpet?
No.
She won't walk She won't walk barefoot in a hotel room.
Really?
No.
No. How? And if you're out and about and you need to go to the toilet,
I try to
difficult
wait
till you get home.
Mm-hmm.
Difficult.
Unbelievable.
And she's one of these people who opens the door to the bathroom with her elbow.
Yep.
You know?
Flush with
The
your
whole
foot.
thing.
I'm no fool.
Do you use a straw when you're drinking at a restaurant?
Yes.
Wow.
Yeah, she's bad.
James.
We're going to have a show on obsessive
no.
Let's do
compulsive
it.
disorder,
Not
I think.
obsessive compulsive. It's
Hey,
being cautious.
It's
That's
Dr.
different.
Sam.
Cautious?
Yeah. You can argue with Dr. Sam?
Cautious.
I don't think you're going to argue with Dr. Sam. Okay, 7:46. Time to award round one of your boners.
And round one of the boner voting is brought to you in part by a chicken Caesar salad.
And I don't know.
And by something that Gina would
Gina's
have
not
as
here.
a sponsor. She
steak and corn. Okay.
Okay, good. So you went and got some corn at a corn stand?
Yes, we did.
Good. So we had boner candidate number one, Operation Empty Plate, the Chinese restaurant who decided they were going to weigh customers to determine how much food they would be allowed to prevent food waste. And then boner candidate number two, well, how else was he supposed to show his love, this Applebee's worker who stalked WWE star Sonia Deville, stalked her online for months, then decided, I'm driving 500 miles from, I think it was Georgia to Florida. I'm gonna show her I love her by kidnapping her.
Mm-hmm.
And then boner candidate number three, the big problem here is they were probably winning underage kids, kind of getting away with gambling in a casino in Australia. Zoe, lovely name, won a boner T-shirt, and the winner, quite handily winning, boner candidate number two, how else was he supposed to show his love?
That's your winner of round one. It now goes forward. It has secured a spot in Boner Dome. Might be boner of the day. Depends on how well it does against round two. Coming up at 8:20. Three different candidates. We get a winner there as well. We take both of our winners and put them against each other. Boner fight happens at 9:20. That's when you will decide boner of the day.
And really quick, it's all brought to you by Feeling Like a Drink. Check out Park City Cocktail Contest throughout August. Park City's best mixologists all feature the plethora of delicious mixed...
Plethora.
It's hard to read this. It's small.
Mm-hmm.
Of delicious mixed drinks You must be at least 21 to participate. Learn more at parkcityrestaurants.com.
Thanks, Katie.
Sorry, it's really small.
Thanks. No, that's great. I'm glad you were on the case there.
You.
Now, did you get a cocktail fixins box or anything on the weekend?
I have not yet. No.
No, me either. I think tomorrow at 5 p.m. we're going to have a virtual cocktail hour that y'all were, at least the first 96 of you are invited to. And we'll tell you more about it coming up. But we're going to have a cocktail hour, and we're going to mix some drinks and get together, and you can join us virtually. I believe it's all part of the Park City Restaurant Association cocktail contest.
It's all being worked out right now by smarter people than us.
Carrie, one of the people who has listened to the Radio from Hell show probably longer than anyone has actually listened to me on the radio before I ever knew you, and before there was a Radio from Hell show, when I just worked at a little radio station in Ogden, which was an AM radio station and became KJQ eventually. But when I started there, it was KJQ AM only, 1490. And this guy started listening to me on the radio then, and I guess still does. His name is Jamie.
Jamie.
Yep. And then Jamie. He continued to listen, and he listened to us, and he would come and visit us from time to time through all the incarnations of.
He was just a kid when I met him. Yeah. He was
just a kid. Just a kid. When I met him, he rode his bike down to the station, and he. And I was nice to him, and he came in, and I'd let him just sit and watch what was going on at the radio station, and he was just a nice little kid. Rode his bike down, and he was just fascinated and fixated on the radio. And then his mom called me one day and said, "I hope my son isn't bothering you." And I said, "Well, no, it's fine. Is it okay with you? I mean, if he." And she said, "Yeah, I know he can be a little different and a little pestery, but it means so much to him, and I'm just glad you're apparently just being very nice to him, and I really, really appreciate it, and thanks for being nice to him." And I said, "Well, it's not a problem." And so, and he would come every once in a while, and then when Carrie and I were doing the show together, he would come and hang out even then, and this was still at that crappy old studio in Ogden. His name was Jamie Gailey. And then Jamie started driving a car, and he got a job at Orbit Sprinklers, and he liked to go, he just kind of let us know what he was doing with his life. And he would go to Las Vegas a couple of times a year and have a nice time. And and he just I got an email from him.
From Jamie, okay.
From Jamie. He changed his name, by the way. His name was Jamie Gailey. And he changed his last name to the same last name as his mother, Richards.
Okay.
A few years ago, he had sent me a note about that. He said, "I wanted to change my name." I think Gailey was his
father's name.
Well, or his stepfather, one of the two.
No.
But he wanted to change. He changed his name to Richards to honor his mother, because he loved her so much. Well, he sent me this. He sent me this note, this email. "Hi, Bill, it's Jamie. I'm emailing you to let you know that my mother passed away. At 7:30 this morning. She was 70 years old. She will be greatly missed." And he sent me a picture of them, and it's the two of them standing at a best friend's super adoption thing with the banner behind them, each holding a dog, I guess, that they'd adopted. Standing next to each other, and so anyway, I don't know. Some people listening they've maybe heard us mention Jamie over the years, and it was I don't know, just kind of touched me that he's still out there. And Jamie, if you're listening this morning, and I'll send him a note, but I'm sorry to hear about your mom. I know how much you loved her. There you go.
We still
we have a heart.
We still have a few few of those long-time listeners still hanging around.
Man,
it's nice. I've got we got Bill Frost coming up to talk about what's on TV this week.
Mm-hmm.
And at some point in the show, I need to ask, as we put it, the magic box, the all-knowing, all-seeing. I ought to call Dr. White about this, actually, Dr. Paul White, because he has hummingbirds. I've got a hummingbird situation here.
What?
Okay, so we had this hummingbird feeder. We had one, and Sue would mix up the syrup for it. You know, it's 1 cup sugar, 2 cups water, boil, put it in. And the hummingbirds were it was a constant lineup, just, you know, and so we thought, well, probably ought to get another one. So we have 3 hummingbird feeders now. And the reason that we went to 3 was because we began to notice this one hummingbird, humming jerk as I call him, and I just assume it's a guy, I don't know, when the other hummingbirds would come to feed, he would swoop in and scare them away.
Oh, they're all like that, Carrie.
Are they all jerks that way?
Yeah, they're all. Hummingbirds are aggressive, territorial jerks.
Because we were out last night, you know, sitting and reading out on the patio, and there was this, there was a hummingbird fight.
Yeah, they constantly do that.
But so the rest of these hummingbirds can't feed, and I've got 3 hummingbird feeders. I thought 3 would do it, so that, you know, we put one far away, so that Humming Jerk could, you know, protect these others and let this other one be for the rest of the hummingbirds. But no, Humming Jerk has decided that all 3 of the feeders are his, and he's going to come down and scare everybody away.
I think it's so. What I would say here is, I don't know as you can identify this, that it's one hummingbird doing this. They all do it, and they all look kind of the same. So
yeah, they're all gray with like an orange tuft on their throat.
Yeah, and they all are. They're all always after each other, being territorial and aggressive. Like yesterday, I saw 2 sitting on I just have 1 feeder, they were 2 of them sitting on the feeder and feeding, and that's very rare that they will do that, because they're usually fighting each other for supremacy as to, and I usually only have 2 at a time. The closer you are up in the mountain, like you are, you'll get more. You'll get down here in the city. I get 2 or 3 here and there.
I've got easily a dozen in the backyard alone. You know.
Yeah, they'll swoop at each other and fight, and they're just like that. They're aggressive.
I just wish that I could talk to them and tell them, you know,
Boys.
Look, there's 3 feeders here, guys.
Yeah.
Plenty of, you know, each one has 4 ports. You can all feed, and Sue will keep making that crack that you love. You just anyway, Humming Jerk. Humming Jerk. All right. Traffic. I'm not seeing anything.
Huh? No, I don't know.
Still seems to be clear according to what I'm seeing from UDOT. Okay. Jim says to stop talking about Hummingbird Fight Club. I'm sorry, but
it's what they do.
Trying to figure it out. All right, we will take a break. We will be back. Bill Frost will be here to tell us what's on TV this week, and round 2 of your boners coming up as well. Stand by for that. And now a message from the state of Utah COVID Task Force.
You know, if you have symptoms of COVID, which cough, fever, shortness of breath, you should be tested. And then while you wait on your test results, you really should isolate yourself at home, away from other people. And if you test positive for COVID-19 and don't need hospitalization, you'll be asked, you should know this, stay home, stay isolated. Stay in your own room and use your own bathroom if you have the ability to do that until you're fever-free and at least 10 days until after you started to feel sick. Now, there's some new videos and other resources explaining those public health directions, including what to do with close contact and positive cases at school on coronavirus.utah.gov. You can go and check it out there. If you're having mental health problems because of coronavirus, that's natural too. There are things there on that website to help you with that, coronavirus.utah.gov.
It is the 23rd century. Humans have left the lowly confines of planet Earth and have sought their destiny among the stars. While many things have changed, one constant remains, the need for young men to venture forth and do the work of the Lord. This is the tale of two such men who at the age of 19 have answered the call of their general authorities and are embarking on a 2-year mission to spread the gospel throughout the galaxy. This is the story of Space Elders! Today, we find our elders wandering around the streets of the Mos Eisley Spaceport, a more wretched hive of scum and villainy you'll never find. Let's listen. I just don't want to hang around here anymore. This place is pretty creepy.
If we could just find the right parts, I can have your hyperbike making light speed in no time.
Well, where in heaven's name are we going to find parts for a hyperbike on this backwater planet?
This looks like a good place to start.
A cantina?
Yep.
We can't go into a place that serves icky Alderaan ale and icky Tatooine whiskey.
Oh, to heck with the rules. Your hyperbike ain't going to fix itself. Hey, we don't allow your kind in here.
Oh, I'm sorry, sir. We'll just be on our way.
Oh, I meant the droids.
Let's go somewhere where we will be appreciated, Artu. Oh, don't ask me. I have no way of determining whether or not his parents were siblings.
Hey, Lehigh, check out that cool-looking guy sitting by himself over there.
Which guy?
The one sitting next to that giant furry carpet. He looks like the kind of guy who would know his way around the black market. I'll bet he can help us out.
That giant furry carpet is breathing and just happens to be heavily armed.
Follow my lead. Excuse me, sir, but I believe that you could be of some service to us.
Yeah, what is it, kid? You want to make the Kessel run on the fastest ship in the quadrant?
No, sir. We represent the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints.
You know, the Mormons.
He just wanted me to remind you that Wookiees have been known to rip the arms off of missionaries if they stick around too long. So what is it then? Do you need me to smuggle a shipload of Bibles somewhere?
No, but if you need a complimentary copy of the Book of Mormon, we can arrange that.
All I need is a charge blaster by my side. I ain't putting my faith in some hokey old religion.
Well, I believe that you would find the Book of Mormon to be more powerful than any blaster, and it serves to recharge us rather than us needing to recharge it.
Yeah, whatever you say, kid. What is it that you guys came in here for anyway?
We need a plasma inverter for a Mark 32 hyperbike.
You guys got any cash on you?
Cash? No, we don't.
Well, maybe we could work something out. You see that guy by the bar?
The green guy?
His name is Greedo, and he's looking for me. Now, you guys keep him busy while Chewie and I here make a break for it, and you'll find a plasma inverter on your hyperbike when you get outside.
You got a deal. Let's go, Lehigh.
Aiding and abetting suspected felons. Zone Leader Henson will not like this.
Now, maybe we won't put it on our report, okay? Excuse me, Mr. Greedo, sir. Hi, I'm Elder Jensen, and this is Elder Christiansen.
We represent the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. Will Lehigh and Butch ever get the plasma inverter off of this godforsaken rock of a planet? Will Han Solo try to shoot his way out of his next scrape, or will he try using the Book of Mormon? Will Greedo join the church just to get away from our elders? Tune in next time to hear Lehigh say, I can't believe we got thrown out of a sleazy cantina for bothering the regulars.
Well, beats the heck out of having your arms pulled off by a Wookiee.
On the next eye-crossing episode of Space Elders!
Okay. Well, Gina's back.
Hi, Gina. Can't see you, though.
I can.
You can't?
No, I can't. It just says...
X96.com/live?
Oh, there it is.
Yeah.
Now I can.
Well, you can tell us all about taking
Yeah.
Jonesy to school in a moment.
I know we have Bill Frost, brought
right
to you
now.
by...
Yes.
Moving and need a new connection? CableTV.com has expert reviews, recommendations, and resources for the best cable, satellite, streaming, and internet services. Visit CableTV.com today.
Here he is, William S. Frost, or Bill Frost, as he's better known as. He is a TV writer for Slug Magazine. You can read the content shifter column in Slug Magazine or read it online. He's also the host of a TV Tan podcast with Tommy Milagro, and he's in a band or two or three. You can find all of his stuff at billfrost.tv. Good morning, Mr. Frost.
Hi.
What's new?
We actually have some new stuff this week.
Good. Oh, okay.
And some of it's actually interesting.
Okay.
Of course, the Democratic Convention is going to be preempting a lot of your network stuff, and it'll be all over your cable news. If you're into that, you already are well aware of that. But on Tuesday on the CW is a new series, a comedy series called Dead Pixels. It's about a group of young friends who play an online fantasy game called Kingdom Scrolls, and it kind of splits its time between the online world and the real world. And this comes from the CW Seed, which is the CW's online platform, which you're probably going to be seeing a lot more of because not a lot is in production right now. So you're going to see a lot of stuff migrating from online onto regular TV.
Will we like
and
that?
This is mildly funny, yeah. It's definitely something you would think, that would probably be better as an online show, and you'd be right. But it's mildly entertaining, at least. That's Tuesday on the CW. Coming up on Wednesday, speaking of video games, a new docu-series, High Score, on Netflix, tracing the history of classic video games and the people who created them.
That'd be interesting.
Okay.
Sounds like a geek show deep dive.
Yeah. Let me write that down.
Kind of, yeah.
High Score?
High Score, yes.
All right, thank you.
And this is the one I'm most interested this week. Growing Belushi on the Discovery Channel on Wednesday. Jim Belushi.
And his pot farm, yeah.
Yes, he has a 93-acre pot farm in Oregon.
Really?
Called Belushi's Farm. And this is a little reality docu-series behind the scenes of starting up a cannabis farm.
Okay.
So he took all that, according to Jim, money and made himself a farm.
Oh, I'm sure he's doing well with it.
I really liked him on I can't ever remember the name of that show. I think it was a Showtime show. It was about a TV network. You remember that?
I think, yeah, vaguely, yes. That was a long time ago.
And he was a temperamental TV star of that network.
Yeah, that could have been Beggars and Choosers, I think.
I think that's right. Yeah, it was a pretty good series, and he was very good on it.
Yeah, it was one of the very early Showtime original series. Coming up on Thursday, I believe this is a German series, Biohackers. It's a thriller, sort of a revenge thriller about a young woman who goes to medical school to get close to this professor who she believes wronged her family years ago. And then it's set against the backdrop of the world of biohacking. So they're playing God, man.
I'm just looking at trailers for Belushi's Farm, just to go back to that. It will kind of make you mad that Jim Belushi has this much money.
I thought you were going to say, it will make you mad that he's the one that lived.
Yeah, or that, too.
Why?
I don't know.
Why?
I don't hate Jim Belushi, I guess.
He's fine.
Sorry, go ahead.
Put in all that time on, according to Jim, he's got to get something out of it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Or what about classic films like K-9? Come on.
Exactly.
I forgot about that.
What's the one where Michael Caine made him rich? Mr. Wonderful, Mr. Fantastic,
Mr. Marvelous.
I think it's Mr. Wonderful, yeah.
Yeah, something like that.
Speaking of Mr. Wonderful, Lucifer is back on Friday on Netflix.
Yay!
Season 5. And last time we left Lucifer, he had been returned to hell, and it seems he's back, or is he?
Or is he?
Kind of a twist here, yeah.
Okay.
And also the debut of a new animated series voice from Phil Lord and Chris Miller, the Lego Movie guys. This is voiced by Jake Johnson of Stumptown and New Girl. It's called Hoops. It's about a foul-mouthed high school basketball coach who's hoping to break out into the big time. Probably not, but it's funny nonetheless.
Okay.
Where's that? Where can I see that?
That is on Netflix.
Also on Netflix.
That is on Netflix. As far as your sports comedies go, I would highly recommend Ted Lasso on Apple TV+. So far, really good.
I'm hearing good things.
Starring Jason Sudeikis.
Okay.
On Saturday, a 2-night miniseries. It was inevitable that this was going to happen. This is on Freeform and Hulu, Saturday and Sunday. Love in the Time of Corona.
Took them so long, huh?
I was going to say, shouldn't they wait like 20 years and then come back and do that?
Well, they're doing it now. It was filmed. It's basically about a group of couples who are quarantined, separate couples in separate houses, quarantined, and they're intersecting stories. And this was filmed in the actors' homes, so it's not a Zoom thing. It's a real thing.
Okay.
And the names you'll recognize here are Leslie Odom Jr. and Gil Bellows.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Just barely.
Well,
and
Leslie Odom we know from Hamilton.
Yeah, and Gil Bellows, of course, from Ally McBeal, and probably about a dozen terrible Sci-Fi Channel movies. And wrapping up the week with The Vow, about the Nexium multi-level marketing sex cult.
Oh, yes.
Which I don't know why this wasn't called That Sex Cult Show instead of The Vow. It's such a boring title.
Exactly.
But that's on HBO and HBO Max. This is the Nexium was the self-improvement multi-level marketing group, and The Vow was a secret society within Nexium, and they were involved in sex trafficking and all sorts of weirdness, and they somehow dragged in Smallville's Allison Mack into this mess.
Yeah.
And Kristen Cruick from Smallville was in there for about a minute, then she said, wait, no, I'm out.
Whoa.
This is weird. What are we doing?
I'm not branding myself.
Yeah. And that's the new stuff for the week there.
So did you, Bill, did you talk about ever this Netflix series, it's a British series called Giri Haji?
I think I would remember that. I think I would remember not being able to pronounce that. So
my
probably
wife,
not.
My wife read about it somewhere. It's it was produced by the BBC. It's Japanese and BBC production. It's a crime thriller, Giri/Haji, which means duty / shame, and it's really good. It's a fast-paced crime thriller. It's about this Japanese police detective who has to go to London. His brother is a member. His brother is a gangster. What do they call it? Yakuza? He's a Yakuza and has gone to London and apparently gotten involved in some criminal enterprise there. And his brother, who's the detective, has to go to London and investigate and try to find his brother. And it's really good. Man, it's just gripping. And
that sounds cool.
It's on Netflix.
No, Netflix. Yeah, Netflix puts out so much stuff. It's inevitable. Stuff gets by me. We had a TV10 podcast listener pointed out a show to us that we were unaware of, but we're going to check out, called Norseman. It's basically a comedic take on Vikings.
Oh, I saw something about that somewhere, yeah.
All right.
And it's apparently big dummy Vikings being funny.
Yes. So
Hagar
anytime
the
anybody's...
Yeah, Hagar the Horrible.
Yes,
that's what
exactly. Anytime somebody, if you ever say, hey, think to yourself, hey, he didn't mention this show, please reach out to me and tell me about it, because I want to hear about it.
Yeah, check out Giri Haji, Girihaji. I
definitely will.
Thank you very much, Bill Frost.
Thanks.
All right. Lots of stuff to watch this week. Traffic, Gina, please.
Oh, and by the way, Mr. Destiny was the movie I was trying to think of.
Thank
not
you.
Mr. Wonderful.
Mr. Wonderful was not wonderful.
No. Crash eastbound Riverdale Road, 3rd West in Weber County. The left lane is closed, and that's the only traffic incident I'm seeing. And I was just out there on the roads. I was a commuter for 10 minutes.
How did it feel?
Didn't see. I felt great. I listened to the radio in my car while I was commuting. And I didn't see any traffic either. But if you see something, you can text it to us, 33986.
All right.
Boners round 2 coming up. Here are the candidates you will be considering. Number 1, turnabout is fair play. Number 2, hey, nature boy. And number 3, you will ruin that baby's life.
All right, so round 2 of your boners, big boy news, all coming up after these. Stand by, ranlife.com.
You should look at your mortgage. Look at it, see what the interest rate is, and I'm telling you, Rand Life will get you a lower interest rate.
You're saving a bunch of money, aren't you?
Whole lot, because the interest rate is so low. I was also able to absorb some cost and reduce the length of time for the payoff for my loan, and that saves me over $200,000 in interest payments over the life of the mortgage. That's astonishing. It's kind of shocking how much interest you do pay over the life of a mortgage, a 30-year mortgage. Rand Life can make all of this plain to you if you give them a call, 801-478-4500. If you haven't refinanced in 3 or 4 years, it's time to look at it and really check out what your mortgage is doing and what it can do for you. Rand Life, they're a local mortgage company. They'll do a good job for you, I promise. 801-478-4500, Rand Life.
Well, Punk, let's get to the movie review, shall we?
There we go. That's why nothing to spend in the summer in and out of health facilities like 18 fingers of death.
So, tell us who stars in this opus.
Well, this is the only movie that's better than 17 Fingers of Death.
Yeah.
It stars James Liu.
Oh, so this is a sequel then?
Yeah.
Yep.
He's Buford, the down-and-out action hero.
James Liu, okay.
Okay.
And we got Maurice Patton.
Yeah.
He's Ronald Mack, the college student and wannabe director.
Okay.
Lisa Arturo.
Nope.
She's Sushi Q, the Honorable Fortune Cookie CEO.
Okay.
Pat Morita.
Oh, well, there's a name I recognize. Arnold from Happy Days.
So I know this movie's at least a year old, right?
Exactly. Well, I noticed he's got lots of others that are in post-production.
Oh, God. All right.
He's the humble restaurateur. We got Lorenzo Lamas.
Lorenzo Lamas?
Yeah.
He's a Antonio Bandana, the singing martial artist.
Okay.
Oh.
Robin Shue.
This sounds like just a great movie.
Oh, yeah.
He's Jackie Chong.
Yeah.
And we got Charlie George Brown as Chuck Snorris.
Chuck Snorris. Okay.
Oh, God.
And Kurt Graves as Steven Seafood.
Okay. Tell us the plot of 18 Fingers of Death.
Well, as far as I can tell, this guy starred in 803 of the finest action movies ever filmed, but he's come up with a script for what could be his breakout role. But when the producers back out and pull his funding, he's forced to pull out the "Will Work for Kung Fu for Money" sign and sell his Kung Fu movie memorabilia in order to get enough money to make a movie in 1 week for the Sundance Film Festival.
God.
And they managed to get like about 90 minutes out of this?
Yep.
Jeez.
Oh, 90 minutes.
All right, have you got a scene from 18 Fingers of Death?
Yeah, I thought I'd give you a little Pat Morita.
Okay.
Oh, good. Pat Morita.
There we go.
Mr. Lee, listen, I've always been wanting to know, do you have Chinese Jews? Chinese Jews? Oh, very sorry to taste no Chinese Jew. We only have the apple Jews and the orange Jews.
Oh, man.
This is worse than I even dreamed.
Yep. What are you giving this movie, Punk?
I'm actually giving it 3.5 Prozac.
What? It's the pills talking, Punk.
It's the prednisone. I think it's the prednisone. For digging up guano, lining up to fight. You can only fight the good guy one at a time.
That's
you
right.
have to circle him.
Yeah.
Feathered hair, The Drunken Bastard, Bong Fu the Series, A Wicker Basket Beaten, Bow Tie in the Kitchen, Cowboy Fu, A Fallen in Love Montage, An Attack Midget, and yes, Learning to Speak Out of Sync.
Learning to speak out of sync. All right, and what junk food are you going to have while you watch this movie?
I think you need to gather a few Lynn Wilson's meat and cheese burritos with extra cheese and onions. You can mix in the Durkin's French fried onions as you need. A nice meatball hero, some Rainbow Twizzlers, a bunch of Starburst, Reese's Pieces, a bag of Honorable Fortune cookies, and, yes, a nice cold canister of Lost Energy drink.
All right, Punk.
Wow, sounds lovely.
For those of you that are lost.
All right. 18 Fingers of Death.
The movie that's better than 17 Fingers of Death.
Okay, 8:20 right now, and we're broadcasting live from our homes. You can watch us at x96.com/live. Radio from Hell Television is available. And we get the split screen situation going. You can see us each in our homes, and Katie back in the main studio in Salt Lake, running the show. And oh yes, behind me, as I promised, a different. Well, I've gone from posters now to other things. A different image behind me every day. This is a painting behind me, a 1995 Lee George Cade original.
Oh, it's art.
It's Shatner Jesus.
Well, no, it's a painting. Wouldn't know if it's art.
It's Shatner Jesus, and in his hand he's holding a condom.
Okay.
So
yeah,
there you go.
I don't know if it's art.
It is. Art is what you make it.
Art is in the eye of the beholder, isn't it?
Well, yes. I'm beholding art then.
All right. So there we go. 8:21. It's time for round 2 of your boners. 3 news stories. These are examples of bad, stupid, or funny human behavior. You will decide with your votes of these 3 candidates which one is the worst, which one deserves to go forward to boner fight and possibly become boner of the day. If it wins here, it'll go up against the winner of round 1's voting. We did that an hour ago. So this is round 2. We had round 1 earlier, so we'll take the winner of each round, put them against each other. At 9:20 this morning is when you'll decide boner of the day with Boner Fight. Right now, pick your champion for round 2. Send it forward. Here we go. 2 candidates now. A third after the news. Once you've heard all 3, then you will vote. And one of you lucky random boner voters will receive.
I can't buy it. Gotta win it. It'll be nice to have something to look forward to. The day when you will actually be able to hold in your hand the Radio from Hell boner T-shirt.
I'm looking forward to the day that there's a vaccine for COVID-19, but some people are looking forward to the day they can pick up their boner T-shirt. So boner candidate number 1, turnabout is fair play, don't you think? A victim of illegal dumping has used a dump truck to return more than 400 tires to the culprit. Stuart Baldwin filmed himself on his land saying, "Someone has put these tires here overnight. Luckily, we found out who has forgotten them, so we're going to take them back to the person who put them here." A second video shows his truck reversing towards the front garden of a house before the tires are tipped out. Farmer Stewart of Wigan, England, is heard saying, "Effing fantastic. That's what the effing guy gets." 8 men are seen lobbing tires over a fence into the front garden as it is entirely covered in tires. Done now. Giving them back, so thank you. It comes just weeks after a farmer forced a pair of brazen dumpers to load their rubbish back onto a lorry after catching them dumping piles of debris in his field.
Is this a British story? You got lorries and you got...
No, Gina, I'm changing these. This is written for an English audience, for an American audience. I'm changing for fun, I'm changing
okay.
Filming the man on Facebook Live, farmer James Johnson said, "Ladies and gentlemen of my Facebook Live, here are these two effing cretins who have been dumping S on my fields." The Glasgow farmer refused to believe it was the first time the men had dumped trash and demanded the pair pick up their mess. Meanwhile, a homeowner who did not wish to be named sent the Sun footage of people dumping tons of rubbish in a residential street in Birmingham more than 20 times in 4 weeks. This is a huge problem, apparently, in this area, and now this guy has dumped 400 tires into the front yard of another man because he believes it's retribution. Boner candidate number 1, turnabout is fair play.
We need to use the word rubbish more.
Yeah, I think so.
Rubbish.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Here's boner candidate number 2. Hey, nature boy. Deputies with the Yavapai County Sheriff's Office. Now, this is a British story, Gina, but I'm going to make it all sound like it's from the southwest of America. Deputies with the Yavapai County Sheriff's Office have arrested a man for allegedly exposing himself to a female hiker on the Prescott hiking trail. Deputies were called to the Constellation Trailhead parking lot near the Phippen Museum in Prescott, Arizona, for the report of a man who exposed himself to a woman. The 24-year-old victim told deputies she was hiking back to her car when a man walked out of the bushes onto the trail and began hiking with no clothes on. The woman said the suspect was naked except for socks and shoes and the backpack he was wearing. The woman told deputies the man was completely exposed, made no effort to cover himself up. The suspect told the woman, sorry. But then as she walked away, he said, "Hey, you're kind of sexy."
The
victim said she was concerned for her safety and quickly walked back to her car. When deputies searched the area, they found the suspect on the Constellation Trail, sitting on some rocks. He was wearing green shorts at the time, but no shirt. He was identified as 27-year-old Dustin Luckenbill from Prescott. Deputies say Luckenbill admitted, "Well, yeah, I like to walk around and hike naked. I do it because, well, I like nature. I like to be exposed to nature."
Be natural in your backyard.
Okay, sir, but Luckenbill admitted to the incident. They put him in jail. They booked him into jail. And boner candidate number 2. Hey, nature boy. Coming up in a moment, boner candidate number 3. This is going to ruin this baby's life.
Boner candidate number 3 for round 2 coming up after this. Big boy news and opinion brought to you by.
During the month of August, Scott Hale is offering a $39 AC tune-up. Call Scott Hale, 801-264-HALE.
Well, Katy Perry has shared a sneak peek inside of her new nursery as she awaits the arrival of the baby daughter she's going to have with fiancé Orlando Bloom at the end of her 4.5-year-long pregnancy.
It does seem like she's been pregnant a really long time.
Amber Heard has hit back after being slammed by a handful of social media followers for wearing inappropriate clothing while visiting a Turkish mosque. The actress is enjoying a summer break in Istanbul. Now, so I saw the pictures.
Is this a current story? I'm just wondering.
Yeah.
She shouldn't be out doing
this
that.
is the point. So this is the point. I saw the pictures of what she was wearing, and I didn't seem to, okay, criticize her for that. But she's enjoying a summer break
and a vacation. Enjoyed a summer break.
She's enjoying a summer break, a little vacation from her divorce trial. She's been involved in this divorce trial in London. That's now finished. They haven't come to a decision, but she's finished. So I need to go on vacation. I think I'll go to Istanbul. They are not like you or I.
No.
These people. Not like you or I. But people said she was dressed inappropriately to go inside of a mosque in Istanbul, and she posted pictures of herself there. Now, I think that if she were dressed inappropriately, the people who were showing her through the mosque would have said, you know, you really shouldn't be dressed that way. You should dress some other way. And it's not immodest what she's wearing, really. But people will criticize her for taking a vacation because she's exhausted from her divorce trial. What? I didn't say anything. What? Was that my fault?
Dog.
Well, no, but did I say something that upset them?
Amber Heard fan.
Big Amber Heard fan.
They're Team Amber, are they?
Well, you know, it was the Aquaman movie, Mira. Ripley just loves a strong leading woman.
COVID here in Utah. Household spread of COVID-19 cases continues to account for more cases in the state of Utah than any other known source. State health officials are urging Utahns to work to prevent transmission in their homes. As of Sunday, 17,931 of the state's 46,652 confirmed cases since the pandemic began were transmitted between family members or roommates, including, that's according to data from the Utah Department of Health. That compares to just 5,159 cases known to have spread through social interaction and 2,352 through workplaces. State officials and others have warned that large households are especially at risk of outbreaks.
Multi-generational.
If there's someone vulnerable in your household, all family members should take extra precautions to avoid exposure. If possible, those at high risk should avoid caring for children. Sick family members should be separated from the higher risk person. All family members should wear face masks in public, keep physical distance in public, wash their hands whenever they return home, State Health Department officials said on Friday. Officials also cautioned people to avoid hugging and kissing for now.
Just a good idea.
Not share food or drink.
In your own house.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Bill, maybe you should just move into the attic.
Yeah.
Just stay there.
Yeah. Steve Brown, you remember him?
The TV sports guy?
Yeah. Steve Brown, he's was on TV doing sports for many, many years, but he's ill. Steve Brown needs a kidney transplant. Steve has spent the past 48 years talking to the public, and he didn't want to make this news public, but his kids did. 2 weeks ago, his sons Cornell, Trevor, Stuart, and Spencer posted an alert on their family Facebook page that their father could use some help for a variety of medical reasons. No one in their immediate or extended family has been able to qualify as an acceptable donor, so they took to social media to get the word out that an outside donor is keenly needed and would be gratefully appreciated. Steve has a sister, Debbie, who's ready and willing to donate her kidney. The trouble is Debbie's blood type is AB, Steve is O, so she isn't a match. As an alternative, she's put her name on a paired list, meaning that if there's a would-be donor out there who is a non-match for the loved one, they could do a switch, do an AB for an O. Debbie's name has been on the paired registry for a year and a half. Steve's doctors have placed his name on a national United Network for Organ Sharing wait list. Right now he's doing dialysis. And again, he said he didn't really want this public, but his son said, "That's too bad, Dad. We're going to make it public."
I bet that happens a lot, that a family member wants to donate and they're not a match. So this is a good
it does.
Program.
There was a big shootout in a nightclub early Saturday morning. A nightclub called the Echo Nightclub in downtown Salt Lake. It's on Pierpont, just right down the road from our studio there. So the police said they're lucky that more people weren't injured. It was 1:30 Saturday morning. A man left the club at 134 West Pierpont, came back through another door and just began shooting in the air, pointing the gun at customers. A nightclub employee then went to his car, got his own gun, and returned and shot the man.
This is the same club that was our boner candidate the other week for having too many people there.
Oh, really?
Yes.
That
Same
one.
club.
Oh.
Okay, all right.
Yeah,
Sounds like we need to rein this club in.
Yeah, and I don't remember what it used to be called, but I certainly recognize the interior.
Button Down,
of that
I believe.
place. Well, even before that, it was part of the gastronomy
Yeah, I can't remember
empire,
now.
I think, at one time.
Can't remember.
But yeah, so ultimately, the only person that was injured, I think, was and shot dead was the guy who was initially doing the shooting. He came in to start shooting around. Nobody got hit, but there was enough time for the employee runs out to his car, gets his gun, comes back in and shoots the shooter dead. Wow. He was cooperating with the cops. I don't know. There wasn't any word whether charges would be filed at all at this point, so we'll see. And I know we got to go to break, but Taco Bell's now selling a new kind of taco. It's a crispy, delicious looking. I may have to leave early. It has a freshly fried white corn shell with a layer of nacho cheese and a 3-cheese blend, seasoned beef, sour cream, cheddar cheese, tomatoes, and it just looks wonderful.
See, normally when you make a taco, you put the meat first.
Yeah.
This time they've put a layer of orange goo.
Yeah.
I'm not going to call it cheese because I don't know.
It's
orange
milky,
goo,
yeah.
and then the meat, and then the meat
Yeah.
has cheese in it too. You would
Yeah.
hate this, Gina.
I wouldn't eat that.
It's the Cantina Crispy Melt, and it's a la carte for $1.99 or in a box paired with a beef chalupa supreme and a crunchy taco and a medium drink for just $5. So,
There you go. All right, sports, weather, traffic.
Utah Jazz announced that star point guard Mike Conley left the NBA bubble at Walt Disney World because, well, he's having a baby. Can't have a baby in the bubble. Sixth-place Jazz are matched up against the third-seeded Denver Nuggets in the first round of the playoffs. The game is scheduled to start Monday at 1:30 Eastern Time. What time is that here? 11:30? Under the NBA's health and safety protocol, Conley will be tested for COVID-19 every day he's outside the bubble. Upon returning to Florida, he'll be subject to a 4-day quarantine period before he's permitted to return to the court. And I think I saw that the baby has been born, a baby boy. And so congratulations to the Conleys. Congratulations to Mother Nature for getting us an excessive heat warning going for the next several days. 103 projected today. That's not a St. George temp. That is a Salt Lake City temperature today. St. George will be even hotter than that. Bill was mentioning earlier that Death Valley,
130.
Hottest day recorded in what, modern times or something
since
like
1914, I think.
Yeah. So, and the air is so bad. It's just thick and gross, and don't drive if you don't have to. But let's see if anybody's driving and getting in accidents this morning. It's been fairly light today. Crash eastbound Riverdale Road, 3rd West in Weber County, the left lane affected there. And I'm looking at the UDOT website, and everything seems to be green and moving freely. But if you see something you want to share with friends of the program, you can text it to us at 33986, and I'll pass it along. Injured in an accident, everyone deserves an advocate. Call 801-355-5550 or go to utahodvocates.com.
Here's boner candidate number 3. You will ruin that baby's life. 2 parents-to-be are feuding with friends and family members after announcing that they plan on naming their daughter after a rather obscure character from a galaxy far, far away. The father-to-be took his feud to Reddit to gather outside opinions of the situation, posting under the username Throwaway Uscar or Throwaway Uscar or something. He explained that he and his wife are huge fans of the Star Wars movies, and we met while camping out for the premiere of The Force Awakens, he explained. Our spark was instant, and just a year later I proposed with a ring hanging from the arm of a Rey Funko figure, and she said yes. For the most part, he says that friends respect his and his wife's Star Wars obsession, When the couple shared their baby names, though, people were appalled. On Zoom, this guy and his wife announced to family members and friends that they would be naming their daughter Captain Phasma. That's the whole name.
The first name Captain, middle name Phasma.
No. That's like it's like Mary Kate. It's like Mary Kate. Captain Phasma.
Don't do this to your kids, please.
Once we announced the name on Zoom meeting with our family and closest friends, they went from being happy and excited to appalled, he said. They think we are messing up the child for this. We think a strong name would make other kids in awe of our daughter, he said. Our daughter would be respected and feared.
No, she'll be made fun of.
Captain Phasma is a cruel and ridiculous name, one person said. If your judgment here is any indication, your kid will face more serious issues with you two as her parents unless you grow up. Captain Phasma, Johnson is the last name, or Smith.
Yeah. See, here's the thing, is that people seem to forget that the Empire, or even the First Order, in the Star Wars movie, they're Nazis, essentially.
I don't...
These are not people that you... I don't understand. And then all the people who named their kids Anakin, there's so many Anakins out there, and I'm like, you do realize he becomes evil and kills kids and wipes out most of the Jedi. You're naming him after someone who is bad.
Well, now, he is considering, he says, we're considering some other names, although they're all Star Wars related. Now, we're definitely, because everybody thinks Captain Phasma is a terrible name, we're leaning toward Captain Phasma as the middle name, with possibly Gwendolyn as the first name.
Because that's the actress's name.
Or maybe Maz.
Maz Kanata, yeah.
Maz, Captain Phasma,
that
Smith.
Would be...
Maz is good?
You could do Maz, and no one would question that, I don't think.
If you put Captain Phasma as the middle name, you're still in a world of hurt for that
Exactly.
kid.
Might I suggest Babu Frick? There you go. There's a deep dive on that one. Look that one up. He is the star, or she, I don't know, is the star of that last movie, Babu Frick. All right.
Boner candidate number 3. You're going to ruin that baby's life.
Let's review the first two and vote.
Boner candidate number 1. Turnabout is fair play. British man dumping over 400 tires in the yard of a person who left illegal trash on his land, he said. Boner candidate number 2. Hey, nature boy. Arizona man arrested for hiking in the nude. And boner candidate number 3. You're going to ruin that baby's life.
Okay, here we go. This is round 2 of your boner voting. You've got to decide of these 3 candidates which one is the worst, which one should be sent forward to boner fight and possibly become boner of the day. Because if it wins here, yes, it's the winner of round 2. It's not boner of the day yet. It'll have to defeat the winner of round 1's voting. We did that an hour ago. We'll take both of the winners and put them against each other, and you will decide who boner of the day is at 9:20 this morning. That's when boner fight happens, and that's when you'll vote. Right now, you've got to pick your champion for round 2. Send one of these 3 candidates forward to the Boner Dome. 1, 2, or 3. Remember your candidate number, the one that you think should win. Put that number, that single digit, is all we require in the message of a text, and then text that to 33986. Or you can call the producer's booth in Salt Lake, 877-602-9696. Use your voice to vote. Go online, x96.com, look for the box that says Boner Voting August 17, 2020, and vote there. And if you don't see that box, refresh. It should appear. Okay, you have until the end of these messages to do so. Let's vote for round 2. Go. Mark Rodson featuring Bruno Mars.
Okay.
Owing a considerable amount of money to the James Brown estate and the Rick James estate.
I would say.
I requested that this morning.
I like that.
Pretty tasty, I must say.
I'm not a Bruno Mars fan.
I'm going to make you one.
No, I don't think so. I think it's Mark Ronson.
No,
No, I can tell you it's Bruno Mars, and here's why.
Why?
Because it rips off a lot of stuff.
Not ripped, inspired by.
Yeah, I'm not saying it in a bad way.
Yeah, you're right.
You know,
it's probably so it's Bruno Mars sounding as much as he can like somebody else.
Somebody else. Yeah.
But it was enjoyable.
It was. Normally, I don't.
I'm glad that somebody is still making that kind of music.
Exactly.
So that makes me happy.
Yeah, I mean,
because I do love that kind of music.
Beck had to do it a few years ago.
Yeah,
which was kind of odd, but so are you okay, Gina?
I got my song request. I'm great. Why?
Oh, okay. Is that I guess that's what it was. Usually you have a greeting for me.
I had my headphones
but
on. I was uptown funky. I had no time for you.
Gina's got so much funk.
I don't. That's why I have to add it to my life.
I've seen her. I've seen her dance. She's got the. See, I don't dance. Because
you know better?
Because I know I look silly. I know I look like a white guy. I have to be really, really, really drunk.
And you probably haven't even done that in a long time.
Been a really long time.
There are mornings when we're playing a song.
Oh, do I do it and not realize I'm doing it?
And we've been meaning to have an intervention.
Do I sometimes dance and I don't realize I'm dancing?
Sometimes you air guitar.
Do I?
Yeah.
And I don't know I'm doing it.
And air drum. And
that's terrible.
Yeah.
The last time I remember dancing, I believe, what was that band that used to play at all like Green Street and I want to say, they were like Solid Groove or Solid Gold or
I don't know.
Oh, that and they, and they put on the
Disco
wig.
Drippers?
Disco Drippers. There we go.
Drippers.
The Disco Drippers. And I remember when at Trolley Square, when Green Street was there, and it was the middle of summer, and they would have cordon off part of the parking lot there, and you could just go out there and dance.
Right.
And I believe the Disco Drippers were there.
Quite possibly.
And I remember dancing there and taking off most of my clothing.
Really?
Yeah. It was.
You were having a good time.
I was indeed having a great time. I was down to a shirt and boxer shorts.
Really?
Yeah. And dancing to the Disco Drippers. I think our salesman, the guy who later became our salesman, was singing with the Disco Drippers at that time. Scott.
He was with the band at the time.
Scott, what's his name?
Yeah.
Yep. Took off most of my clothing. I was dancing with a.
I don't know how I missed that.
I was dancing. Well, you weren't there. That's how. You weren't invited.
But you'd think that word would have got out. Bill's over there.
No, I was with my actor friends.
Oh,
I do need to be drunk to dance, but I do it more often than that. I was wedding in Idaho was the last time.
Oh, I remember you talking about that.
Yeah.
Well,
there's video evidence of this, and it's a bad thing.
Well, let's face it. I have seen people, white people that dance well, but we are not among them. I think
no,
not among them.
And I think you get a pass at a wedding. I don't think anyone's gonna. Yeah, because
I often make passes at people at weddings.
It is 8:48. Time to award round 2 of your boners.
And round 2 of the boner voting is brought to you in part by a glass of white wine.
And Diversion Eatery for pizza, burgers, tacos, beer, wine, and spirits. Open daily from 11 to 10, 3rd West to 535 North, diversioneatery.com.
Boner candidate number 1, turnabout is fair play. The British man dumping over 400 tires onto someone's garden because he believed that person had left trash in his yard.
Rubbish, Bill, please. It was rubbish.
Rubbish. Boner candidate number 2. Hey there, nature boy. Arizona man arrested for hiking in the nude. And boner candidate number 3. You're going to ruin that baby's life. A couple who loves Star Wars, thinking they're going to name their baby girl Captain Phasma. Okay. And let's see. Phil won a boner t-shirt. And the winner was boner candidate number 3. You will ruin that baby's life.
Oh, really? That's kind of...
Well, it was all over Twitter this weekend, so top of mind this morning. Yeah, and there you go. That's the winner of round 2. It goes forward to boner fight. Might be boner of the day. Depends on how well it does against the winner of round 1. So we'll take both of the winners and put them against each other. 9:20, about a half hour from now, you will decide boner of the day. All right. Is this a sponsored feature, Gina?
Yes, be prepared for your day. Watch 2 News this morning on KUTV2 from 4:30 to 7 a.m.
Okay, thank you very much. Brand new episode of GeekShowPodcast.com available now. Name of the episode is Who's the Bosk? All right. Let's see. Now, I've been getting quite a few people asking me about Star Trek Lower Decks, which is an animated series from one of the writers on Rick and Morty.
They're making fun, and I don't like them making fun of the thing that I love.
You would be amazed at how many people are responding to this show that way, and it's just ridiculous. It's a cartoon show. The premise is, I think, hilarious because I created it 30 years ago, and it's on the least important ship in the fleet. The USS Cerritos, named after a city in California, which is not a glamorous place. And it's just, the captain is not the star of the show. It's the people who work the grunt jobs, And it's the first episode is free on YouTube right now. You can watch it if you don't have your CBS All Access viewing stream. It's just okay, the first episode. It's just okay because they got to set up the pieces on the board. The second episode, hilarious. And here's what concerns me is that there's an awful lot of inside jokes going on there. A lot of stuff that only people like me will get. And that's the thing, is that the show is made for people like me, but then there are people like me who have this bad attitude about it because it's making fun of the thing you love. I'm okay with that. I think it's hilarious. I can love it and laugh at it at the same time. Lighten up. And speaking of CBS All Access, it's the home for all things Star Trek. Going forward, it looks like, because there's a new head of Paramount and she's not sure what to do with Star Trek. So you're getting a lot more Star Trek coming. You got Lower Decks, you got Discovery coming up, and now a new show, which I'm really looking forward to, called Strange New Worlds, which is the Star Trek storytelling of Captain Pike as the captain of the Enterprise. Before Kirk was the captain of the Enterprise, right, Captain Pike was, and Spock was his first officer, or his science officer. And his first officer was number 1, played by Rebecca Romaine, Gina, who does a great job. And they're talking about what the show is going to be like. And one of the Alex Kurtzman, who is the boss of all the Star Trek, he said, "I think Strange New Worlds, under the guidance of Akiva Goldsman, is going to return in a way to the original series. We're going to do standalone episodes. There will be emotional serialization. There will be 2-parters. There will be larger plot arcs. But really, we're going back to the model of the alien of the week or the planet of the week, or the challenge on the ship of the week, with these characters pre-Kirk's Enterprise. So if you're a fan of the original series, you will probably dig, and it's on the Enterprise, my favorite ship, you'll probably dig Strange New Worlds someday. Someday.
They haven't started doing it at all.
No, the production in California is still pretty much at a standstill.
Barely anything that's being produced.
Yeah, I was looking at some pictures of the new Jurassic Park movie that they're continuing to finish, and all the precautions that they're going through, and they're still getting people catching COVID even with all the precautions. So it's tough. And speaking of the COVID, AMC theaters, and we have, I think, 3 of them here, are going to reopen on August 20th with 15-cent movies. It's how much it will cost you, 15 cents for that day only. You won't be getting to see any of the new stuff. You're going to be seeing, classic movies like, Empire Strikes Back and Back to the Future and all that. But only 15 cents. It's celebrating their anniversary. When they first opened back in 1920, that's how much movies cost.
Right.
And is it new movies, or are they going to show old movies?
It's just classic movies. The next new movie that hits theaters is not Tenet. It's a Marvel movie called New Mutants, which is the X-Men franchise from when Fox owned it, and then Disney bought it and didn't know what to do with it. The star of the movie is, I keep forgetting her name, but Sansa Stark, who looks...
Sophie...
I forgot her name.
Turner.
But, she's, what now, 50? That's how long this movie's been on the shelf. She's still just a young kid in the movie, and she's not that anymore. Star Wars, we were talking about it earlier, and when you say the Star Wars holiday special to Star Wars fans, a lot of them go, ugh.
No,
because we were
it fondly.
Not fondly.
No,
not fondly.
It's stupid.
We looked forward to it, and then it came on, and we went, "What was that?"
It was horrible.
It was terrible. But
who wants to see a Wookiee in an apron? I mean, really?
I always was curious about Chewie's family.
Well, we're going to find out more. They're making a new one, but it's from the people who make the Lego Star Wars specials, and they are funny as hell, by the way. If you watch any of the Lego Star Wars stuff, you can see it on Disney+. The people who make those are making an animated 45-minute adventure, which we'll see. This takes place after the most recent movie. Rey, Finn, Poe, and Rose help Chewbacca race back to his home world in time to celebrate Life Day with his family. They said, we want to give a wink and a nod to the original. It says, our special is inspired by It's a Wonderful Life, Planes, Trains, and Automobiles, Christmas Vacation, and Old Burl Ives' musical cheer.
It's a holly jolly Christmas.
They're overselling it, I fear.
But it's going to be available on Disney Plus November 17th. So altogether now we celebrate a day of peace, a day of harmony, a day of joy we can all share together joyously. I just hope they do better this time than they did last time.
It's going to be like a Rankin and Bass sort of Lego.
No, it's all animated. They're done.
Yeah.
It's Lego styles, but it's all computer animation. But they're very funny. If you go on Disney Plus and watch them, they're hilarious. And again, that's something, making fun of the genre, but still loving it. You can do that. It's possible.
I don't know. Just doesn't seem right.
Okay. And Andrew says you should watch the Riff Tracks version of the original because they include the commercials.
Oh, yay!
So you get to see the old commercials. That's kind of cool. Traffic, please, Gina.
So I'm going to take this as a sign that y'all are worried about our air quality and you've decided to not drive and cause accidents. And so bravo, because there's nothing going on. And let's not drive today if we don't have to, okay? That's traffic.
All right. Okay, we will take a break. We will be back with boner fights, a reasonable amount of news, and more, all coming up on the way. Stand by. Zero Res. Keep your carpets, keep everything in your house clean pretty much.
Yes,
I made my appointment with them. It was very easy. They have a lot of openings. Like sometimes when you call Zero Res, it's, we're booked out a couple of weeks. Not the case. So I would highly recommend, especially when it's going to be so warm, because you can open all your windows and Zero Res carpets dry fast anyway, but they'll dry even faster now.
Zero Res they've been in all of our homes and they do a great job. They've always led the industry when it comes to cleaning. The powered water cleaning system that they use was the industry's first no residue carpet cleaning system. Cleans better, no dirt attracting residues, and the carpet stays cleaner longer with the Zero Res procedure. So they continue to offer their lowest rates ever, just $33 per room cleaned, and when you schedule 3 rooms, Zero Res will add a 4th room for free. So schedule your cleaning today. Call 801-288-9376, that's 2880, or go to zeroreslc.com.
Now, I saw this story today.
Mm-hmm.
And
Is that the one I was going to mention earlier? Mm.
The headline is, creator of the Labradoodle calls it Frankenstein's monster.
Excuse me, I'm sorry. This was my dog. His name was Tippy.
Now, I know a Labradoodle.
I know several.
That is a lovely dog.
I know several Labradoodles.
Okay.
Or golden doodles. That's another kind of doodle. But this is...
maybe this is a golden doodle, I know.
This is the Labradoodle specifically.
Mm-hmm.
I'll read you this. An Australian man who created the world's first Labradoodle says he regrets creating the popular hybrid breed, claiming in a recent interview that the majority of the dogs are, quote, either crazy or have hereditary problems. Wally Conran bred the first Labradoodle, a cross between a poodle and a Labrador retriever, in 1989 for a blind woman who couldn't have a guide dog because her husband was allergic to the dog hair.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Fast forward 3 decades, which I didn't realize they'd been around that long, but the Labradoodle's become one of the most popular mixed breed dogs in the world, a fact that doesn't sit so well with the man who made them. I opened Pandora's box and released the Frankenstein's monster, said Conran. He fears people are overbreeding the dog, creating versions of their own, including Groodles.
What's that?
Well, this says golden retrievers and poodles. I always thought that was a
I thought that's
golden doodle.
Golden doodle.
Yeah.
Okay, maybe it's Groodle. Golden doodle sounds better, but
Spoodles.
Spaniel poodle.
Spaniel poodle.
Spoodles.
I find the biggest majority are crazy or have hereditary problems. I have met some damn nice Labradoodles, but they're few and far between. He spent 3 years trialing more than 30 poodles as guide dogs because their hair was hypoallergenic, but they didn't have the right temperament. They're damn cute dogs.
They are.
So
I wish they would do one that tastes like cotton candy.
But they're everywhere. They are...
Well, and apparently we haven't known that they're crazy.
Yeah.
Well, the one I know, I don't know him well, but it belongs to Luba. And Gnome, his name is Leo, because he looks like a lion.
Is he? So I think he's a golden doodle.
Maybe so. He's got floppy ears. I'm looking at pictures here. I don't know. They look sort of the same to me. But he's got that curly hair, though.
Well, that's the poodle. That's the oodle part of it.
The oodle.
That's why they do it. Is they don't shed, and usually poodles are good for people.
I don't remember which one he is, but he's a very nice dog.
But I want to say on the record that I don't go for the doodle.
No doodle?
No, I have a golden retriever. I have the old school dog. I don't cotton to the mixing of oodles and doodles.
Are you a racist?
No,
You're a racist. This is misogynist. You're a misogynist. That's what you are. You don't believe in mixing of the races.
I'm a goldist.
Hannah says, Labradoodles are so hyper, they chew on everything. My friend's Labradoodle chewed up a medical pill bottle, and their cat ate the pills and died.
Now,
See, they are crazy.
Now, this Labradoodle, I guess he is, Leo, he does like to chew stuff, but they have plenty of chew toys there for him. And he's very well behaved.
Ooh, I had a golden doodle, and it had a lot of health issues. I had to put it down in the end. So sad.
And I think part of the problem is they're overbreeding them now because they're super and you can get the minis.
Oh, see, now that's more my
the mini.
Yeah,
Well,
I like little dogs.
Yeah,
playing God though.
Yep.
this story too this morning, and it's did somebody break wind on the news?
It's what is that sound? Is what we're playing. It's a game.
So see if it sounds like that to you. Right. This is during an interview with Democratic Representative. How do you say his name?
Swalwell.
Swalwell. He's on being interviewed by Chris Matthews on MSNBC, and you've got the audio.
I've got the audio. So we'll start off with Chris, and then he'll talk, and then you'll hear the fart during Eric Swalwell's response.
Who were on the phone listening to the president talk about this swap of dirt for U.S. military aid.
Chris, so far, the evidence is uncontradicted that the president used taxpayer dollars to ask the Ukrainians to help him cheat an election. And the complaint that I've heard...
Okay, one more time.
There we go.
Evidence is uncontradicted that the president used taxpayer dollars to ask the Ukrainians to help him cheat an election. And the complaint that I've heard...
Who were on the...
Now, so the internet, the Twitter, and all of that went crazy. With,
yeah.
So who farted on the? Now they say.
Chris Matthews tweeted out saying that it was a coffee mug scooting across a table.
Which it probably is.
It could be, but it also sounds to me like a wooden stool leg.
Yeah.
Scraping across the floor.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's more likely one of those things than a fart.
I thought it was somebody just farting around. Somebody just put that in there. That's what it seemed like to me.
Added it to it?
Yeah.
No.
Well, no, they said that it happened during the broadcast because if you look at Swalwell's face, he kind of grimaces a little.
Oh, I didn't notice that.
What was that?
Well, then it was him. It was Swalwell.
And
that was a Democratic fart.
He said, "No, it wasn't me. I don't know where it came from, but it was funny at the time, and that's why I smiled."
Well, let's see. They say the smeller's the feller.
Well, what does it mean to the listener? The listener's the what?
I don't know. That's what I'm trying to...
The hearer's
is the bearer?
I don't know.
I thought he who smelt it dealt it.
Well, it doesn't indicate that he smelled it. It indicates that he heard it.
Yeah, so we don't know if he dealt it. Fox smells his own hole first. That's what they say.
Taxpayer dollars to ask the Ukrainians to help him cheat an election. And
now he pauses a little bit there.
Yeah, just kind of because he's sneaking it. He thought he could sneak it out.
He kind of goes, "Whoa, what was that?" Huh?
Although wouldn't he'd sort of have to have a microphone near his.
We don't know if it was whether it's his or Chris's because they leave Chris's mic on as well.
Oh.
So what Chris is claiming is that it was his coffee mug going across the top of the table.
Okay, then it's Matthews, and you can look at him. He's a farter.
He's a farter.
Yeah, he gets too excited about stuff, and
the president used taxpayer dollars to ask the Ukrainians to help him cheat an election. And
yeah, that pause. That pause is,
that tells me he knows it's coming.
The pause is unfortunate.
That tells me he knows something's happening.
What, you mean like he leaned up? Like he tried to one-cheek sneak?
One-cheek sneak while he's standing up?
Because, you can't fart in those hearing rooms. They're so condensed. And all those people.
People would go, God, who did that?
Well, actually, that's the better place to go because there's so many possible...
Wasn't me.
Wasn't
me. Where was I yesterday? I was in a car with some people, and I won't say who, but I kept thinking, somebody is stinking this car up. And you don't want to say anything because...
You'll embarrass somebody.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
To help him cheat.
Yeah, that was Chris Matthews.
Think it was Matthews?
Yeah.
Ask the Ukrainians to help him cheat an election.
Yeah, that's an old man fart. That's an old man fart. It's kind of raggedy.
How can you tell?
It's kind of raggedy.
It's not.
Yeah, it's not
strong,
full-throated. It's kind of raggedy and almost wet sounding.
Oh,
and here are the rhymes that we were looking for. He who denied it supplied it.
Oh.
Yeah.
The blamer is the claimer. Pause on this day.
Bill found it.
Yeah, I did. I've got it right here. Let's see, what's his name? Colin Maulding of XTC. was born on this day in 1955, and that's the song "The Ballad of Peter Pumpkinhead" by XTC. It tells the story of Peter Pumpkinhead, which is actually an old legend. A man who comes to an unspecified town spreading wisdom and cash. He's extremely popular with the public, but extremely unpopular with the government. And in the end, he is nailed to wood by his enemies for being too good.
Well, that sounds like too happy of a song for that to be the backstory of that.
The song was inspired by jack-o'-lantern partridge, a jack-o'-lantern that Andy Partridge of XTC had carved and placed on a fence post in his garden for Halloween. He walked past the pumpkin every day on his way to the composting shed, the composing shed, where he composed music, and he felt sorry for the increasingly decomposing Pumpkinhead, and decided to write a song about him. And he said that he began thinking about what would happen if there was somebody on Earth who was kind of perfect. They would make so many enemies if they were perfect.
Making Plans for Nigel.
Very good.
XTC's a really good band.
They really are. Gina? Senses working overtime.
It gets faster. If you get to the faster part, I would.
Well, it starts working overtime.
Yeah, exactly. All right, let's see how you do with this one.
I'm not going to be good with XTC. I got y'all excited with the Making Plans for Nigel, but
you sure did, man. I just felt a thrill go through my body.
Weren't you excited?
Oh, let's see how it starts out. Generals and majors.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I could probably get Dear God and Making Plans for Nigel.
Okay, let's see.
Let's see if you can get Dear God. Dear God.
Dear God.
There you go.
I got it before you did. I never liked that song much.
I always liked it.
Dear God. The end of it is so
I think
snotty.
I think the reason I like it so much is we used to get a lot of complaints when we played it in regular rotation.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I like it so much. Anyway.
So I took my daughter to school.
Yeah.
How's that? What did you see on the way?
So the school, I'm feeling okay about her going. I feel like they're taking a lot of good precautions. One of which is you have to download an app, and they do a home wellness check on this app every day. So they can't come to school unless you take their temperature and answer like 3 questions about.
That seems kind of an invasion of privacy to me.
It's smart, because how are you going to do that for every kid every day when they're coming into school? But on top of so not only do you take their temperature at home, but they have somebody standing at the door of the school, and as the kids are coming in, they're taking temperatures as they're coming. So it's double temp check.
Because they don't trust the parents. They know parents are liars.
Yeah, he's fine. Go to school. I don't want you home today. You're fine. Mandatory masks, and they are only going to school half the school 2 days a week. So, like, first half of the alphabet goes Monday, Tuesday. Second half goes Wednesday, Thursday, and I this has been the agony of the last several months, wondering what school's going to be like. And I've gotten to the point where I think I'm okay sending them. I have the ability to bring them back anytime I want, anytime I'm not comfortable with it, anytime they're not comfortable with it. I know a lot of parents are dealing with this today, and lots of school districts are starting up today. Over the next couple weeks,
more to come. Yeah, more to come.
And it is nerve-wracking, to say the least.
How's it for the kids, though?
It's nerve-wracking for them too. Masks, I sent her. She's got her own hand sanitizer. She's got extra mask. You know, there's no right answer here. There's no 100% right thing to do, and that's the hard thing. Because staying home and not going at all isn't the right answer either. There are ramifications of that too. So I feel, and I'm saying this out loud because I'm trying to convince myself, I feel okay about sending them, at least initially. I anticipate bringing them home, and we set them both up. We spent actually this weekend getting some learning areas ready for them, and it's hard when you have multiple people in the house, and I know a lot of parents are dealing with this. You're working from home, you have more than one kid doing school from home. How do you find them all their own space to work where they're not bothering each other, where you can't hear what the other classes are doing? It's hard.
The solution is simple. Everyone needs to purchase a mansion of some sort. You just need to buy a mansion. I'm going to have to figure something out, because when Mohammed starts school, he's going to be in the room right next to me here. And I'm going to have to figure out some sort of soundproofing between. Yeah, because the recess bell is going to be very intrusive on our show.
Because we share a wall, and his at-home learning he's has his computer up, and I mean he'll have headphones on, but it's just like me. I'll probably be bothering him because I'm in here talking, and I know all parents that are working from home with kids at home are trying to figure this out. It's hard.
Oh. I don't envy either of you.
Yeah, it's not going to be a problem for me. I live way far away from Gina's house. I'm never going to hear her kid. Never going to hear him.
All right. Well, let's take a break. We will be back with boner fights and a reasonable amount of news after these. X96.
Humans have left the lowly confines of planet Earth and have sought their destiny among the stars. While many things have changed, one constant remains: the need for young men to venture forth and do the work of the Lord. This is the tale of two such men who at the age of 19 have answered the call of their bishop and are embarking on a 2-year mission to spread the gospel throughout the galaxy. This is the story of Space Elders. We begin our drama at the Space Bus Depot in Provo as our fine young missionaries-to-be, Lehigh Christiansen and Leron Butch Jinson, arrive in Happy Valley and await transportation to the MTC.
Hi, I'm Lehigh Christiansen. Isn't this exciting?
Oh, is this your first time in a space bus depot?
No, I mean getting your mission call.
Well, it was either this or a stint in the Space Marines. This way I'm out in 2 years and my parents are still happy.
I've been waiting for this day since I was 8. I've been putting galactic credits into my missionary fund for the past 11 years.
Oh.
I can't wait to get into the field and start finding people to convert.
Wow, you sure are in the right place. Well, my folks promised me a new land speeder if I found some way to avoid getting sent home early.
Oh, looky, there's a droid over there holding a sign with my name on it.
Must be our escort to the MTC.
I am Decon 1. If you will follow me, I will show you to the MTC and get you settled into your quarters there.
Sure.
Yeah, whatever.
Later, we find our strapping young lads in the midst of their indoctrination. Butch has just been told that he will have Lehigh as his companion for the next 2 years.
Hey, wait a minute. 2 years with this guy?
You don't seem overly enthusiastic about the prospect of spending 2 years with me.
I'm not.
Well, I think it's a keen idea.
If you two are through, I would like to commence with your indoctrination. Here at the MTC, you will be given memory-enhancing implants. At the same time, a universal translating device will be placed inside your skull. You'll be outfitted with the latest in missionary technology, a laptop computer which contains the Bible, Book of Mormon, Pearl of Great Price, and the Doctrine and Covenants. It also serves as a holo projector to allow you to show your prospective converts those wonderful animated tales from the Book of Mormon, which have been loved by millions for centuries. You will also be issued a Mark 32 10-speed bicycle with hyperdrive and one of those cute luggage racks on the back. These bikes are capable of warp 9.3 and have a cruising radius of over 270 parsecs. You will be shown how to properly care for your hyperbike, and you will be responsible for its upkeep. Any questions?
Yeah. Implants? Like inside my head?
Yes.
Keen, when do we start? Will Butch let the fine folks at the MTC put equipment in his head? Will Lehigh volunteer to do it for them if it'll get him into the field faster? Does the Mark 32 Hyperbike come with a luggage rack standard, or is it a dealer add-on? Tune in next time for the answers to these questions and to hear our elders say...
What you doing, Butch? Reprogramming my name badge so that instead of Elder LaRon Jensen, it reads Butch.
I think the manual prohibits tampering with the MTC issue equipment.
I'm sure it does. Hey, you want to help me put some fender flares on my bike?
On our next kidney-wrenching episode of Space Elders.
Okay, 9:22. We've got Boner Fight coming up here in just a few moments. Stand by for that. So before that, we got 5 or 6 minutes. So a reasonable amount of news brought to you by...
Injured in an accident, everyone deserves an advocate. Call 801-355-5550 or go to utahadvocates.com.
Well, here's good news. Well, it's good news. The pandemic is good for one thing. They've canceled the Philadelphia Naked Bike Ride.
Oh, good.
The annual Naked Bike Ride around Philadelphia.
Good for who?
So it's good news for the world at large, and certainly for Philadelphians. The Naked Bike Ride will not happen this year because of pandemic. So we applaud you, COVID-19, for doing some good. And Kevin Smith says a sequel is possible to his movie Tusk.
I don't know this movie.
No one knows this movie.
Oh,
Well, people know it. I think very few people have seen it. People know it by reputation.
Yeah.
I think.
Yeah.
It's a bizarre concept he conjured up with little help from his drug of choice. But centers on a man who turns another man into a walrus. The late Michael Parks played the man. The late Michael Parks played the man. Well, that's what part 2 is going to be about.
Oh, okay.
Justin Long played the other man. The film came to a close with Michael Parks' character being killed off and Long's character now fully transformed into a gruesome human walrus hybrid, living out his days in a wildlife sanctuary. Where could the story possibly go from there?
This sounds terrible.
Well, Smith explained he has an idea for a potential Tusk 2. Tusk 2. Okay. Mitt Romney offered rare Republican criticism of the Trump administration's coronavirus response on Friday, saying the federal government dismissed the virus's threat and failed to protect Americans as infections spiraled out of control. Short term, I think it's fair to say that we really have not distinguished ourselves in a positive way by how we responded to the crisis when it was upon us, Romney said. And the proof of the pudding of that is simply that we have 5% of the world's population, but 25% of the world's deaths due to COVID. And there's only one way to spin that in a positive light. No, there's only no way. There's no way to spin that in a positive light, he said. No way at all. And you know, he's right.
Yes.
Gina, I think you should feel pretty good about sending your kids back to school because Jared Kushner says he has no fear about sending his children back to school to in-person classes as the new school year commences. The White House senior advisor and son-in-law to President Trump made the declaration during an interview with Margaret Brennan on CBS Face the Nation Sunday morning. Kushner and his wife Ivanka are parents to 3 school-aged children, Arabella, Joseph, and Theodore. Brennan told Kushner that parents across the country are nervous about the prospect of sending their kids back to school amidst the COVID-19 pandemic before she asked whether his kids would be heading back to the classroom. Absolutely, Kushner responded, adding that he and his wife have made the decision based on data and science that they have received. Kushner said he has, quote, no fear about sending his children back to in-person classes as the new school year commences. Kushner said he and his wife Ivanka plan to send their kids back. Children have 6 times higher chance to die from the flu than from the coronavirus.
That's not true.
Based on data I've seen, I don't believe that's a risk, Kushner said. He added, our schools not opening back up 5 days a week. I wish they would, but we absolutely will be sending our kids back to school, and I have no fear in doing so, he said.
He's a robot. He's a different kind of robot from a Mitt Romney robot.
Well, the Utah State Fair, they're gonna go on.
They are?
Yep.
Why would they do
They're
that?
going to move forward. They're going to move forward with modifications. A legislative committee voted to allow the event to proceed September 10 through 20 as the state continues to flatten the COVID-19 curve. Some of the safety modifications will include limiting attendance to 6,000 guests per day, having a limited number of attractions, and reducing the number of vendors. Guests will be encouraged to use electronic payment to purchase tickets and food. People will be able to order food through a smartphone app to avoid standing in lines. The main fair park is 68 acres, said Larry Molyneux, the executive director for the fair park. Social distancing was built into the core design of the facility. Molyneux told the committee that the demand to participate in the 2020 event is higher than ever since many small businesses have struggled to earn income and shutdowns caused by the pandemic. The number of applicants would like to have commercial booths and food booths at the fair is actually ahead of last year. We're turning people away. Many of these have not made any money this entire year. The fair park has also struggled, so they've had to cancel a bunch of events. They will, but they're still going to do the rodeo and the monster truck show.
I get that they're struggling, but it just does not seem smart.
Well, you don't have to go. A rare summer thunderstorm brought lightning that sparked several small fires in Northern California yesterday and stoked a huge wildfire that has forced hundreds of people from their homes north of Los Angeles. More than 4,500 buildings remain threatened by the fire, burning thick, dry brush in the Angeles National Forest. Firefighters already battling the blaze in steep, rugged terrain with scorching heat, and they face more hurdles now. Also, fire tornadoes.
Wow.
Reported in Northern California. These are tornadoes caused by the fire. Also in the Midwest, we didn't mention this last week. I had the story and we just didn't get to it. I forget what the name of these winds are, but they're land hurricanes. And there was a land hurricane in the Midwest, in Iowa, and it
Never
flattened.
heard of such a thing.
Yeah, it's very rare, caused by thunderstorms miles away. and all of a sudden hurricane force winds begin. Cornfields throughout the state flattened, and the corn was just ready to come on. Cornfields flattened, and giant storage silos where they store the corn toppled over. It devastated Iowa, Kansas.
It's called a derecho.
A derecho wind.
Derecho?
Yeah. Derecho or derecho. Very, very rare. And, of course, this is the time we should have it.
Yes.
2020, of course.
Mm-hmm.
All these things.
There's also, I hate to tell you this, a pepperoni shortage.
Wait, what?
Sorry. A pepperoni shortage. Small pizza places across the country are struggling because of the pandemic, but also now they're having trouble getting pepperoni.
Why even bother anymore?
I don't know. I've thrown up my hands.
Why even bother?
I have thrown up my hands.
It's Boner Fight with Radio from Hell on X96.
All right. Here it is, the winner from round 1. Toughen it out against the winner from round 2. Round 1's winner was, how else was he supposed to show his love? This is the... Brad Wheeler says that those winds, his people are from that area, wiped out a third of the corn crop.
Wow.
Applebee's worker who stalked WWE star Sonya Deville online for several months, and then decided, well, that's not. I'm going to go kidnap her, and he drove 500 miles to her home in Florida, and was caught breaking into her home to kidnap her. How else? I ask you, how else was he supposed to show how much he loved her? That goes up against number 2. You're going to ruin that baby's life. Couple deciding they're going to name their new baby girl a Star Wars-inspired name. Okay, maybe, how about Leia? How about Rey? But no, Captain Phasma.
Yeah.
That's
Not good.
number 2.
All right, there you go. That's your boner candidates for Boner of the Day. One of these two must be Boner of the Day, and it is your job now to decide which one of these two is Boner of the Day. 1 or 2. Remember your candidate number, the one that you think should win. Put that single digits, that's all the computer needs, in the message of a text. Text it to 33986. Or you can call the producer's booth. Miriam will take your vote in the producer's booth in Salt Lake. 877-602-9696. Or go online, x96.com, look for the box that says Boner Fight, August 17, 2020. If you don't see that box when you get to x96.com, refresh your browser, and it should appear. You have until the end of these messages to decide who is Boner of the Day.
It is the 23rd century. Humans have left the lowly confines of planet Earth and have sought their destiny among the stars. While many things have changed, one constant remains: the need for young men to venture forth and do the work of the Lord. This is the tale of 2 such men who at the age of 19 have answered the call of their general authorities and are embarking on a 2-year mission to spread the gospel throughout the galaxy. This is the story of Space Elders! Today, we join our elders as they are about to encounter the Borg for the 2nd time.
Man, these Borg ships sure are sparsely decorated and poorly lit.
Well, I sure hope we get to spend more time with the Borg this time. I mean, last time we didn't even get to the first discussion.
I am 5 of 7. I am here to show you the way.
Hey, that's why we're here, too.
Hello, Mr. 5 of 7. We met your cousin 3 of 7 last time. I'm Elder Christiansen, and this is Elder Jensen.
Hi.
We represent the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints.
You know.
The Mormons.
Oh.
Yes, your exploits are known throughout the collective.
Hey, Lehigh, we're famous, huh?
All Borg are one. Whatever one experiences becomes available to all.
Well, that would speed up fast and testimony meetings. Say, where are you taking us?
To her chambers. She is expecting you.
I don't like the sound of that.
Welcome, elders. I have been anticipating your arrival.
Hi, ma'am. I'm Lehigh, and he's Butch.
Hi.
I have wonderful plans for you boys. Together we will rule over the perfect Borg galaxy.
Well, I hope this can wait until after our mission is over.
Ma'am, who exactly are you, and why do you have plans for us?
I am the Borg.
Well, I thought they were the Borg.
They are, and I am. And once we assimilate you two, you will be Borg as well.
Oh, I get it. He's a Borg, she's a Borg. Everywhere a Borg. Old MacDonald had a Borg.
Knock it off, Butch.
Oh.
We better come up with a plan quick or we're going to be assimilated.
Okay, Ms. Borg, tell you what. I'll give you my new fender flares and the luggage rack off of Lehi's bike, and we'll just be on our way.
You will look cute in black rubber suits, and I have picked out some special prosthetic parts for each of you. Soon you will be my lieutenants, my consorts, my special friends. Together we will assimilate the Federation, then the Romulans, then the Cardassians, and then whoever else we can find. And we will have fun doing it. Hook them to the assimilator.
Hey, come on, let us go!
Nothing like the assimilation of new young men to make one forget about how Locutus left me without saying goodbye.
Something is wrong. The assimilation process has failed. They have already been assimilated by a stronger force than the Borg.
Quick, shut down the machinery. The feedback could contaminate the collective. What have you done to my beloved collective?
Well, once you hooked us up to that gizmo over there, all of our experiences were spread throughout the entire Borg race.
Lehi and I were able to bear our testimonies to more than 7 billion beings at one time.
It was kind of like General Conference, except without the crying babies and the old people going to sleep.
Yeah.
We not only got to give the first discussion to the Borg, but to pretty much teach the whole gospel to all of them at once. Could it be? Have the Borg finally met their match? Could Butch and Lehi be immune to the assimilation process? Tune in next time to hear the Borg say...
I am Elder 5 of 7, and this is my companion 4 of 9. We represent the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints.
You know, the Mormons.
No! You've turned the most feared race in the galaxy into a bunch of jello-loving, suburban-driving moral goody-goodies.
Well, you think that people were afraid of you before. Wait until you start approaching planets now. Man, I'd hate to play word ball against these guys.
I think our work here is done. Hey, can we count all 7 billion as converts?
Well, technically we didn't baptize them. We'll have to check with Zone Leader Hansen just to be sure.
What about me? I was queen. I was the most powerful being in the galaxy, ruler of an entire race of warriors. What am I supposed to do now?
Well, I guess you are now the most powerful Relief Society president in the galaxy. Congratulations. Gotta go.
Bye-bye, sister.
On the next artificial limb attaching episode of Space Elders!
It's 9:39. Let's award boner of the day,
which is brought to you in part by a delicious chicken Caesar salad and croutons, grilled croutons, and a glass of white wine.
And McKay Diamonds and Broadway Media invite you to enter the Love Always Wins sweepstakes. You could win a $100 gift card or the grand prize, $1,000 from McKay Diamonds. Contest ends August 30th. For more details and your chance to win, head to x96.com.
Boner candidate number 1. How else was he supposed to show his love? This is an Applebee's worker who stalked WWE star Sonya Deville. Stalked her online for months and months and months, and then decided to drive 500 miles to her home to kidnap her. He was not successful, but
no.
But he demonstrated how much he loved her, didn't he?
I'll say.
Going up against number 2, you will ruin the baby's life. Couple causing a stir. They say they're going to name their baby after a Star Wars character, not a mainstream Star Wars character by any means. We're going to name the baby girl Captain Phasma. That's the name, Captain Phasma, and then their last name, whatever it is, Johnson. Hi, I'm Captain Phasma Johnson. Hi. Let's see. It was close voting, very close. But the winner, eking out the victory, Boner candidate number 2, you will ruin that baby's life.
I thought it might win, and there it is. Boner of the day for August 17. Now qualified to be Boner of the week. I think we have Javier on the phone, don't we?
Do we? Is Javier there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Hi, Javier, how are you?
I'm doing great. How are you?
We're well. I'm going to pronounce your last name and see if I get it correct. Is it Alegre?
That's correct.
Javier Alegre is the executive director for Latino Behavioral Health Sciences. And we are going to be talking to Javier about suicide, particularly in the Latino population. Now, the reason we're talking about it today, and we're going to be addressing this subject for the rest of the month and into September, because as many of you know, X96 and Broadway Media has participated in the Out of the Darkness Walk for suicide prevention for many years now. I forget how many years exactly in a row we've done this. This year it's a little different because we can't have this big walk with thousands of people and raise funds that way. So we're going to have to do something virtually, and we'll be talking more about that. And we're going to be talking more about suicide prevention in small doses along the way here on the radio. Javier, the Latino Behavioral Health Sciences is a nonprofit grassroots organization created to minimize the disparities in access to mental health services among the underserved Latino population of Utah. Javier, is there a greater instance of suicide rates among Latino people?
Well, in as a per capita and in general, yes, there is. The population, the Latino population, it's highly impacted by many of the gaps and needs that exist in the healthcare system and also in the behavioral healthcare system. So there are a larger number of gaps, and what I mean by that is there aren't very many services that are available for the Latino Hispanic community that are actually culturally relevant or language specific. So the majority of the services that are available, which are plenty and many are doing fantastic work, are not necessarily very impactful for the Latino community.
The services that are available are harder to access. Is it more difficult to make the Latino population aware of what services there are available?
Yes. The reality is that the majority of the Latino community does not access mainstream services for multiple reasons. Some of them are financial constraints. Others are underinsured, uninsured, language barriers, etc. So it's not that they're difficult to reach or difficult to access, but the barriers between them are larger and more spread than other communities. And by other communities, I don't mean other ethnic minority communities. I mean the mainstream community.
Mm-hmm. What about Javier? What about culturally? Suicide is, we call it the out of the darkness walk because
right.
the attempt is to bring suicide out of the darkness and into the light, and to talk about it frankly and openly. And that's difficult for any population to do, it seems. The Anglo population. Is it more difficult for culturally for Latino people to talk about it?
I believe so. I think, like you had mentioned, it's difficult to have these conversations regardless of culture or ethnic background. However, there is an element of culture within the Hispanic and Latino community that has more beliefs or traditions embedded into the everyday lives. So talking about mental wellness or even mental health is difficult for the Latino community. That is something that we didn't talk about. That's something that we said, you'll be fine, you're okay, don't worry about it, or don't talk about it, or there isn't.
Yeah. So there and there are pressures and problems that for like the Anglo population, there are pressures and problems that the Latino population goes through that we can't even begin to imagine. That would also put those kind of mental stresses on the population, right?
Particularly today's environment with COVID-19, the racial and the racial imbalance. I say I'm trying to find the right word to say, but you know what I mean.
Yes, we do.
What is happening in our country these days is difficult. One of the things that Latinos, regardless of socioeconomic status or legal status for that matter, on immigration, constantly are being cautious and thinking about consequences to their everyday actions and everyday life. Other actions that the majority don't think about. It's there's always an element of worry and stress, especially for our kids. So it's interesting because during this time we have seen a tremendous spike on crisis intervention calls, emotional support needs, therapy, counseling, suicide attempts, and on top of that, you add social isolation as is being required for us to stay healthy and safe. Is one of the main triggers for individuals to experience incidents of depression and anxiety and consider suicide ideations and whatnot. So it's a difficult time, and more so for us, for the Latino community, because we are experiencing not only these new fears and these new stressors, but we're compounding them on top of all other stresses that we regularly live with. And that goes for all ethnic minorities,
yes,
right?
I
Not
agree.
just the Latino community.
Yeah, Javier, we have to go now. I know the suicide line 1-800-273-8255. Anybody can call that. Is there something specific that members of the Latino population can go to?
Yes, there is, actually. Our phone lines are open to the public right now for the Latino and Hispanic. We provide services both in English and Spanish, but primarily in Spanish. So if there's someone out there listening, or there's a caseworker or a case manager that is looking for resources, look us up on the web, latinobehavioral.org. Our phone number is 801-935-4447. And you are free to call this number. We will be happy to either help you directly or find the resources that you need to get the support that you're looking for.
Javier, thank you so much. We're going to post this interview online as well at x96.com. All of that information will be there at x96.com as well. Thanks for talking with us.
Thank you, Javier.
Thank you. I appreciate it. You have a good one.
Bye. We'll take a break. We'll be back. X96.
From celebrities to moms right here in Utah, more and more women are consuming their placentas in pill form.
Don't do that.
Listen, I want you to hear these.
Wait, don't go on. Even if there's something about eating your placenta, you would have to do it the way your dog does it when she has puppies.
Yep.
If there's anything to it, drying it out and putting it in a pill kills whatever good thing you think it does.
Medical expert Gina Barberi, listen to the testimonies of these women,
All
Gina.
right.
The placenta, for those of you who don't know, is an organ that grows inside the uterus while a baby is developing. The placenta gives nutrients to the baby, and some believe...
Some believe. People are saying, and I'm hearing.
Ms. Barberi, not among them.
No.
But some people are saying, and I'm hearing, and I have the tendency to believe when some people say and I hear, and then I believe, that it is also capable of giving mom key nutrients even after it, that is the placenta, and the baby are delivered. Quote, so what happens is, studies show that about 72 hours after delivery, once the placenta is delivered, hormone levels drop, said Rachel Talley, a midwife, Gina, and herbalist. Are you either of those two things?
Wow, a midwife and an herbalist.
Are you?
I am neither of those.
All right. All right, then.
Are there any,
I want you take out your credentials and show me.
Are there any doctors or scientists around?
Carrie?
Studies.
Studies
say,
herbalist.
according to this midwife,
and
herbalist.
A study could be, you know, I've studied things, and that's
it takes 4 to 12 weeks statistically, said an herbalist and midwife, for the body to and the endocrine system to start producing these hormones again. So what we're really doing is natural hormone therapy. After Miranda Hansen delivered her second child, she said she felt the despair of postpartum creeping back in. The first 5 days was like a flashback, she said. But after taking her first placenta pill, she says, so here's evidence right here, the symptoms softened in just 20 minutes. It was like this fog that was lifted, she said. It was like a breath, like it was totally like, you know, I could just like feel like it was clear. It was
couldn't
like
possibly
amazing.
Be that you were thinking that would happen, so it happened.
Oh my God, you are so negative. Miranda says she bonded with her baby, got back on her feet quicker, and dropped her baby weight faster after taking the pills. Other moms like Melinda Dratchell also weighed in. I'm a big fan of Western, you know, like modern medicine, she said. I'm all about the epidural, which I know you are, Gina.
Big fan of the epidural.
But she said the placenta pills worked for her. It was a little strange at first when I started talking.
And you know they kept the cougars away, and they kept
Rachel Talley midwife and herbalist, charges. What are you charging for this advice, Gina? Huh?
It's free.
She charges $250. Okay.
How much does she charge?
And that's what it's worth.
How much does she charge?
That's what your advice is worth. Because her advice, midwife and herbalist, $250 for her services. She said a placenta typically yields about 200 to 300 pills. Some hospitals won't release the placenta, but if they do, and if it's handled correctly, the health department said they don't see a risk in consuming your own placenta, but they do caution folks not to share their placenta with somebody else.
Please let me have some of your placenta.
No.
Come on.
No, don't share. No placenta sharing out there. Okay? Rachel Talley, midwife, herbalist, and placenta encapsulator.
And making money off of it.
She is.
Wait, that couldn't possibly have anything to do.
She is a placenta encapsulator as well.
Okay. A placebo encapsulator.
Yeah.
Horrible movie.
Excuse me.
Yeah.
Horrible movie.
Yeah.
Jennifer Beals did not dance to Maniac at the strip club. That was the song she practiced to
cares?
Get a job with the ballet. She never stripped to that song.
She never stripped to any song. She never stripped to any song.
She was a dancer. She was not a...
Who cares? It was terrible. I don't know why I saw that movie. Man, it was awful.
I never saw it.
You never saw Flashdance?
Why would I?
Yeah, why would you?
There's nothing there for me.
Girls of a certain age learn how to take their bra off without taking their shirt off. We all learned that in Flashdance.
Is that where you learned it? Okay.
Yes.
I learned that from my mother, Gina. I didn't have to go to Flashdance to see it.
It's where we all
When
learned
she did that,
you
I
could
said,
cut.
I learned that from my mother years ago.
It's where we all learned you could cut the neckline of just a regular sweatshirt and make it look like a sexy shirt. It was just a sweatshirt, but you cut it up and make it look like a sexy shirt.
It's where we learned that even a dive club could spend millions of dollars, hundreds of thousands of dollars on effects so that you could have a shower effect and so that she could dance and not take off her clothes.
She was an exotic dancer, not a stripper. There's a difference.
It was terrible.
She lived with her grandmother.
Are you trying to tell me this was a good movie? Are you?
Girls
No?
liked the movie.
Was it?
Okay,
but are you trying to tell me it was a good movie?
So she practiced to Maniac? I thought she performed at the
No,
club.
she auditioned. She went to audition.
Excuse me, Carrie.
Well,
Referred
I'm
me on
asking,
the
yeah.
flash day. Yeah, no. When she was all sweaty and making her feet go really fast, that was she was practicing. That was practicing.
And then she used it for her audition.
She used a different song.
Then what did she dance to in the strip club?
A couple of different songs. Nothing you've heard.
Nothing I've
Urgent
heard.
by Foreigner.
No, probably. I wonder.
And that here's what was terrible about that movie. Jennifer Beals couldn't dance.
Yeah.
They kept.
They had a stunt. They had a stunt dancer
who had the worst wig ever. It was not a good wig.
Which made the movie even better.
Every time she was dancing, you knew it wasn't Jennifer Beals.
Guy in the chat room points out Flashdance is at 36% rotten on Rotten Tomatoes, and he thinks that's too high.
Yeah, I think he's right. I think he's right.
All right.
Gina goes in there every few days to try and tweak the voting.
Excuse me.
I'm doing what I can. All right, let's do the promo and get out of here.
Oh, wait, I got to get it. Oh, that's a problem.
What's wrong?
Oh, I rebooted my computer, so it's there. I got it now. There it is. Okay. We've made it to the 20th week of broadcasting from home, so don't miss a day of Radio from Hell.
And it's Tuesday. That means LeVar and LeGrand will be here to learn us a new Utah word at 7 a.m.
Then at 7:45 a.m., the Utah Coronavirus Task Force member will be here with the weekly update and give us some more advice.
Plus, it's not really a Tuesday unless Todd joins us for Tuesday Tunes with Todd at 9 a.m.
But, of course, there will be more on Tuesday's Radio from Hell show on X96.
That good?
Yeah.
All right.
I suppose. Mm-hmm.
Okay, we'll see you tomorrow. Live long and prosper. Oh, fine job, Katie. Live long and prosper, bitches.
Don't you know who I am?
Excuse me.
Corey is next.
X96, 1 hour nonstop.